you, boy. Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. I'm gonna get started in 1 second. Hold on. Hi, Teeter. Hi, Teeter boy. Babe, that's been in for like 10 minutes. Oh, okay.
What's up?
That's been in for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just flipping it over to the pan.
Oh, okay.
You want some?
I think I'm okay right now. Okay, everyone. Hi. Hello. Hello. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Welcome in. It's the first Friday of the year. Although, actually, you know what I think? Makeup looking cute? Thanks. Thanks, guys. You know what I think? I think the new year does not start until Monday. How about that? How about that? You know? I don't think it should start till Monday. So it's all this New Year bullshit. Let's get rid of it. Yeah, or January 6th. Oh my God. Wait, did you guys see this? Hold on. I was crying laughing. Let me show you. Enron's tweet. Enron tweeted out yesterday, on January 6th, we will change this country forever. I'm pretty sure that's a meme account. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Did I get got? It is a meme account. This is not real. The reason that I did not assume it was a meme was because the follow-up was, we sincerely apologize for our earlier tweet referencing January 6th. This was an oversight by our social team that did not take into account the significance of this date in U.S. history. We have taken immediate action by parting ways with the individual responsible. I straight up thought this was real. Oh, it's too good, man. It's too good. It's too good. There are just certain things that I'm like, man, I kind of just want to choose to believe that that's real. You know? I want to think that that's real. So I'm going to think that it's real. Can we get your input on the Couch Guy sequel? What? I don't even know the first Couch Guy. What? Okay, you guys have to remember, I'm not on TikTok. So if something pops off on TikTok, but it's not on Twitter, I probably haven't seen it. Also, I haven't been on Twitter as much. So I've been missing stuff. Why are there so many types of guys? You know what I mean? Like, why do we have a couch guy? You know, wait, what? Bro, a new couch guy just dropped. I don't even know the first couch guy. There's too many guys. Did you see Adrian totally wreck that Connor guy? Yeah, we can watch some clips. Okay, let me see what the fuck fuck um couch guy is. Okay, what is this? You are not in a situationship. You're texting a man who doesn't like you. Okay. Sadly, this can be true even in a relationship. On TikTok, a girl posted a video of herself surprising her boyfriend on New Year's Eve, and obvious to everyone else, but not to her. When he saw her, wait. When he saw her, he wasn't delighted. He turned red. He scanned the room. He even pushed her away. His reaction was so bad that some creators even theorized that she was a stalker. She wasn't. They were engaged a month ago. Okay, let me get this context from Caitlin. Okay, the original couch guy is a girl surprised her boyfriend at college and posted the video. And everyone was like, girl, he obviously was not happy to see you and was flirting with the girl beside him on the couch. Okay, so that's couch guy. Okay. So he's a guy. He's a guy who sucks, but there's a couch involved. So hence couch guy. Okay. So the couch guy refers to boyfriends who do not look happy when their girlfriends surprise them and they look upset or suspicious. Ah, I see. Where they're like, wait a minute. Why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. I can't have you here. Okay, so here's the next one. Ah! Okay, couch guy sequel. Couch guy sequel. Surprising my boyfriend.
Like, girl, I get that he's surprised because he thought you were at work, but by that reaction, he thought you had passed away. He saw somebody come back from the grave. He saw his girlfriend that was missing at sea. He saw somebody that should have absolutely not been there. Like, I get being shocked a little bit in the beginning, like, oh,
right.
But like, he stays shocked for a very long time.
Okay, there's also this. She goes in for
Like,
the
girl,
hug. Wait. Okay, she goes in for the hug. Oh no! She goes in for the hug and he
a little bit in the beginning, like, oh, but like, he stays shocked for a very long time. And then not only that, but he pushes her. What's with the push? And then the video cuts off immediately. People start commenting, obviously, like, oh, that's not. And she decides, like, guys, I'm going to show you a different angle, okay? It's much better, trust me.
Okay, they're engaged apparently. He only made them Facebook official in October. Well, wait a second. This is the other angle when that's supposed to be better. Something is burning. There is like rubber. William, what is happening? What is that smell?
I'll show you. It was this. What the fuck is this? It was on the bottom of the walk. Yeah.
ingesting so many so many chemicals.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Can I open the side door?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh. No, look at this. Oh my god. Tell Will no more making meth. So suddenly, okay, I started to smell something and I was like, oh, that is not good. And then I was like, that smells like something horrible is burning. Oh, it is apparently this. This was on the bottom of the pan that he was using to cook, and it is just like it's. There are so many horrible chemical smells. Like, oh, I gotta get. Let me get rid of that. I don't know what this is. I have no idea. Oh my god. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna get sick from that smell. Those fumes are so bad. We have the fan on. The door is open. It's so bad. Oh no. Oh no. I'm trying not to get dramatic. But it smells like things that I should not be inhaling. Oh. Can you point a fan? We don't have a fan. I don't know. He's doing something in there. It is so, oh god. It's like the type of fumes that will, give you a headache. It smells so noxious. Oh. Oh my god, where's the gas? Wait, where's I might need the gas mask for real. Wait, I actually might need the gas mask for real. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, it's so bad. Oh.
Do you have a lighter so you can light a candle? Do you have a lighter, Bubby? Yeah, so I can. No. Lighter?
The lighter? Oh, there was one on your desk.
Okay.
There's one on your desk. Literally putting this shit on. Oh my god. Okay, like not to be dramatic, but okay. Okay, that's so much better. Okay. All right, wait. Can you guys hear? Can you hear me? I'm turning my microphone all the way up. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. This is so Are you yelling? Kind of. Okay, I know it seems dramatic, but it smells so bad in the kitchen. And I'm not about to be like inhaling those fumes. Will, I have the gas mask on. Ah! Yeah, okay. He's doing something over there. He's airing all that out. It's bad. It's really bad. Okay. I'm just gonna put this on for now. I'm just gonna put this on for now. Oh my god, wait. Wait. This song is perfect. Okay. What were we doing? It's been playing since you got up. Do I sound muffled? Like how does it sound? It sounds fine. Okay. Cuz it sounds really muffled for me. Oh my god, the smell is so bad. I don't know how long I have to wear this. Okay. Okay, anyway, oh. Oh, actually, before we get back into what we were talking about, sorry, I have to like inhale the air and then exhale it. Before we get back into Couch Guy or whoever the fuck this guy is, the new podcast dropped today, and so and so what Sam and I are doing every podcast day, which usually is Thursday, today is Friday, but what we're gonna do is each of us is going to have a link that 2 people in each of our chats can redeem for free Patreon. So basically, I'm going to post a link, and the first 2 people that click on it and redeem the Patreon have a Patreon membership to the podcast. Okay? So, ready? And go! Greenie, thank you for the Prime. Grayson, thank you for the 26 months. Carlos, thank you for the 25 months. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. Orion Light, thank you for the Prime. Obvious Girl, thank you for the Prime. Wait, it's expired? Or did anybody get it? Anybody? Maybe it already got claimed. Wow. Okay. That means it expired because people already claimed it. Damn! You got one. Okay, yay! Alright, well, every Thursday, and I might end up doing it in, like a different format than just like dropping the link. I don't know. We'll see. But we'll be doing that once a week when the episode drops. Lex Attack, thank you for the 17 months. Okay, so back back to this piece of shit. Willie, thank you for the 12 months, dude. Willie, Will was cooking something and he didn't know that there was. We have no idea what it was, but it was underneath the pan he was using, and it completely burnt, and it just smells like rubber and all of these toxic fumes in the apartment. No, Farley did not fart. Well, maybe, but this is not for Farley. This is because it smelled so bad, and I don't want to be like getting it. I don't want to be like inhaling that shit. How are we doing? Oh, well, welcome to the new year. Will Neff shirtless on the stream. It's dramatic, but it's actually bad to breathe that stuff in. Thank you, Nikki. How is it out there? Are you sure? Okay, I'm gonna give this like 10 more minutes. Dragon Army, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Frosty, thank you for the 18 months. Sasha, thank you for the 20. Mochi Pichu, thank you for 30 months. Azavel, thank you for the bits. Ticket. I mean, if it's PVC, Brady, that shit is no joke. Vinyl chloride doesn't fuck around. Yeah, and so I'm not fucking around. You think?
Like, yeah, that angle wasn't better. I swear to God, if you guys start diagnosing him as autistic, I'm going to lose it. As a person that's diagnosed autistic.
Oh my God, no, are people doing that? Are people doing that?
I find it so insulting that whenever somebody has a strange reaction or an off reaction to something, it's immediately like, autistic. Called it. That guy has autism. Why would that be your first thought? Please stop. Like, yeah, maybe he might be, but also maybe he's not. Maybe he's not even diagnosed. Maybe he doesn't even know. Like, let's stop getting so comfortable diagnosing people. So yeah, anyways, girl, I think it's time you leave him back in 2024. I think it's time you move on into 2025 looking for somebody else.
Yeah, okay, 2025, we are not going to call behavior that seems out of the ordinary every time. We're not going to call it autism, okay? Okay. Wait, so this is the OG. When I tell you people were dissecting this frame by frame. Just like that. Oh, I breathe. Oh, I feel. You are all for me. Oh my God, this like dramatic ass music for the TikTok. I'm in, just like that. Oh, I breathe. Yeah, no, that's just like that. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Can I be honest? Can I be honest, actually? No. Actually, you know what? Now that I've seen the other one, this guy seems okay. Oh, for me, I'm in, just like that. Oh, breathe. No, okay. That one, there's so much lore behind this. Well, that one seems better than this one. Okay, she even posted another video showing another angle, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, well, you know, all I will say is that if you are a person in a relationship and you are cheating on your partner, and your partner shows up and it's being videoed, you better act the hell out of it. You better give like an Oscar-winning performance. Okay? Or else you're gonna end up on like a million TikToks of people breaking it down This happened to a friend I cut ties with. His girlfriend at the time showed up to the party we were at, and he was not happy when I asked him why. He was so upset. He said I wanted to have fun tonight. Oh my god! They were like, you can see with his right arm he sneakily took his phone back. Oh. Alright, hold on, let me smell. Okay. I think I mean, it still smells. But it smells better. Yeah, okay. All right. This is why men do not belong in the kitchen. This is why men do not belong in the kitchen. Yeah. This is how soldiers after D-Day felt. Oh my god. Is the window open? I think so. I think so. Let me check. We're gonna keep blasting that. Gonna keep blasting that. Whoo! Will's been home for like 12 hours. Already tried to kill me. Okay, now I'm just eating perfume. You guys, so oh, I forgot I wanted to play this for you guys on New Year's. I forgot about this video. I forgot about this. Breaking, Club Chalamet has made contact with Timothy. Oh no. I was able to shake his hand as he came inside the venue. My table is at the end of the red carpet. He walked like a boss. He's sitting with Gary Oldman. Can I tell you something? Can I be honest about something? So I was about to say the Golden Globes are Sunday. All right, mark your calendars. The awards season is officially kicking off on Sunday with the Globes. I don't want Timothy to win anything. Well, actually, I don't know if Club Chalamet is going to be more insufferable if he wins or if he doesn't win. I don't know.
Sunglasses off, you sweetheart.
No!
Oh, please.
I'm sorry. They just asked this man who played Bob Dylan in a biopic to take the sunglasses off.
Timothy.
But I gotta get you on.
I don't want Timothy to end up in her trunk. No. It's not going to be Timothy. It would be somebody else that ends up in her trunk so that she can try and impress Timothy. Okay. Buda. Thank you for the 4 months. What are your thoughts on the Kylie Jenner pregnancy allegations? I could believe it. I could believe it. And I think that if it is true, I think if Kylie Jenner is pregnant with Timothy Chalamet's baby, then we're going to see an Armageddon. We're going to see a Club Chalamet Armageddon. I almost want it to be true. Just to see Misery, but with Club Chalamet. Misery, but with Club Chalamet. Please acknowledge my previous message. I want you to be safe. Please toss the milk. Yes. No, I know that. No. I do know that. Bad train wreck. Thank you for the 13 months. All right, guys. I meant to play this for you. Ringing in the new year.
I'm Raven, your Acid Bath Princess of the Darkness.
And I'm Tara.
And we're sitting here in Tara's room, rocking out to MCR and celebrating 2009, or the new year. Which we don't really understand why people are making such a big deal about it, because really, one more year is one more year that everyone's closer to death. Whatever, suit yourself, humanity.
Congratulations.
Yeah, when you're closer to death.
Oh my God, Sam and we need to reenact this. I don't know if she's seen this video. We need to reenact this.
Anyway, so earlier we were listening to AFI and Tara started talking and she was like,
and I'm Tara.
What do we like and what do we not like? And all of a sudden we started having this big philosophical conversation about stuff that we like and stuff that we don't like. And
it's so perfect.
We decided that we would share it with all of you guys out there. So we're going to start with what we don't like first. We made a list. We don't like...
She starts to say number one.
Preps.
Or haters.
Yeah, this falls under a few different categories. Some of you out there have been leaving really mean YouTube comments for us.
Yeah.
And we really do not appreciate it. So,
YouTube is a place for people to express their creativism without other people making fun of them.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, G-Nigged68 and Manson420. Why are you wasting your time saying all of these mean things when we're just doing what we like and expressing ourselves and what we have that's deep within us that some people, most people, don't understand? And I really wish that you would just stop hating on goths everywhere. That's not cool.
What if people started hating on you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Manson420.
You don't understand
us. What if everyone started
us?
hating on you? Or G-Nigged68.
What kind of name is that anyway?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. The kind of name that makes you go, oh. This is so iconic. I can't believe I've never seen, I can believe I've never seen this before, but this popped up on my timeline. So Raven and Tara recorded this New Year's rant video to welcome the year 2009. I just love everything about this. I love everything about this. These icons, these queens. Love them, love it. And I'm Tara. Can we get the percentage chance we watch the round table? 100%. Okay, like 99. 99. Did they vote Kamala or Trump? They didn't vote. They did not vote. What else?
Hey!
Okay. All right. So we got Globes coming up on Sunday. I don't know how I'm going to do it this year. I don't know if it's going to be like where I just wait till Monday to cover everything, or if I do it like, I don't know. If I do it like I did the Oscars, where I had it up on a screen that I did not show on my screen. What do we do? Maybe a super secret Discord stream? Yeah. Although, I haven't been banned in a minute, so maybe things are looking up for me. Maybe things are looking up.
Happy New Year, buddy. What?
I am manifesting 10,000 beams of light upon my consciousness.
Okay.
There are 10 million opportunities within my soul. I need only choose one.
I'm going to the gym today.
My body is alive within 10,000 gyms. I am Alexander reincarnated.
So how are the goals going?
My mental health is on a razor's edge. All the vices of yesteryear linger within me, and I am seconds from falling into an abyss of despair.
Do you want a cookie?
Do you want me to forfeit all that I have worked for in the past 24 hours? For what? For a cookie?
It's Snickerdoodle.
Ah, what the hell?
Are you drunk?
Are you drunk?
Are you giving up that easily?
I figure, what's the point? I can't write 10,000 best-selling novels. I can't look like Idris Elba.
Well, no, for many reasons you can't.
You did this.
What?
It was the cookie. I was doing so good until you gave me the cookie.
Feeling better?
I have compressed all desire into a thimble. I am a being of nothingness. I am nothing.
So basically the same.
Yeah.
Wow, can't believe we're back to work tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, you know, I was thinking resolutions are kind of dumb.
Exactly.
You can't just change your personality at the start of some arbitrary date. I mean, it's stupid.
Thank you.
That's what birthdays are for.
Oh, God.
See you in 8 months when I will read Infinite Jest for sure this time.
Yo, you know what? What if we do
Hey everyone.
Oh my god! Them as adults? Oh, they're still going. Okay, they voted for Bernie Sanders. That's the vibe I'm getting. That's the vibe. So what if this year we pick a day and we're like, you know what? We're just rejecting everything, okay? All right, we're rejecting like going back to work. We're rejecting, the slog of the year beginning. Maybe like January 6th. It is Monday. January 6th is Monday. I think that might be a good day to do something, to really just say enough. I think that makes sense. Yeah. I think we should do something on January 6th. Yeah, maybe we all congregate somewhere. Maybe we just yell. Something like that. You can come up with some ideas. Maybe we do it in Discord Theater. Can hold a lot of people. The Globes. Yeah, I gotta think about how I want to do it. There's an old video on the channel of them breaking character and saying, do it more like a goth kid this time or whatever, so it wasn't real goth valor. Sad!
I'm skipping the intro today because
I'm not gonna watch
if
this
you're
whole
watching
thing,
this, you already know who I am. And if you don't know who I am, look at the rest of the videos on my channel. I was talking with Tara the other day, and
I love that
she
they're still
actually
friends.
suggested that I do a Q&A video. So you have Tara to thank for this. On Monday, March 15th,
Okay, I'm not gonna watch this whole thing, but you made the tier maker of games. Oh, speaking of games, Will Neff gave me his thoughts. He was like, okay, your list is kind of whack. There's some really great games on there. There's some head scratchers. There's some ones that I think you won't like. And I'm like, is it because you don't like them? He did say, though, I asked him about Metal Gear Solid, and he freaked out and said, you have to play the Snake one, whatever one that is, the Metal Gear Snake. And he said that he would be down to play. Yes, Snake Eater. Snake Eater. It's his favorite game in the world. It's his number one. So that was the one that he got especially excited over. You have to rank Papers, Please. Well, I haven't finished Papers, Please yet. I think I was gonna do like one more sesh. Will has very particular taste, so there's stuff you'd like that he would hate. Yeah, I know. Okay, so here's our tier list put together by Ashley. Why do people like this? Not really my thing. Enjoyable enough. Very good. Absolute masterpiece. Okay, cool. Well, let me set this off to the side. Games tier list. There we go. Now I can have it somewhere that I know where it is. Now I know where it is. Okie dokie. So, Jen, thank you so much for the 24 months. Bad Train Wreck, thank you for the 13 months. I watched Nickel Boys. So let me pull up the list of Golden Globes nominations because I'm working my way through. I want to at least see all of the best motion picture drama and the best motion picture musical or comedy. Trying to watch all of them by the time the Golden Globes happen. So Nickel Boys must be nice living in LA. You know what? That is one thing that I am so grateful for is like I can see every movie that is out. I saw We Live in Time. I saw Nickel Boys. Nickel Boys was incredible. It was one of the most unique cinematic experiences I've ever had. It is so daring and bold, and I just like want to commend the director, Ramel Ross, on just going there, right? Of being unafraid to tell the story this way. And the thing is, I haven't read Nickel Boys, but apparently Nickel Boys is a very, 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 very good book. And it is hard to adapt good books. It's much easier to adapt, so books. It's very difficult to adapt good books, especially one that is written in the style of Nickel Boys. But I watched the film last night, and it was like I was just astonished. I was astonished by the creative freedom of that film, by the performances, because it was a very, it was a challenge because it is told from, it's a first person point of view that is mostly in the beginning from the perspective of Elwood Curtis, who is the main character of the film. And then it switches back and forth when he is sent to a brutal reformatory school in the Jim Crow South, and he meets a friend in the form of a boy named Turner. And so it switches their POV back and forth, but it's like, it so puts you in their, in their POV, and it asks you to be empathetic, not because like not because of the way that it like the, filmmaking techniques that are kind of like forcing that empathy upon you, like kind of, manufacturing that empathy, but because they're humans and you are seeing the world through the eyes of these two young Black boys. So it's a film about, it's a film that is an adaptation of a book, and the book is called The Nickel Boys, and the film is called Nickel Boys. So it drops the. And the book is based off of a real life reformatory school that was in Florida that was like notorious for its abuse of young Black boys. And it was eventually closed down. And it was just really, really, really horrible. Just sexual abuse, physical abuse, boys who were sent to the reformatory school who disappeared, and who were killed, who were murdered, and just the abuse of these reformatory schools that existed in the Jim Crow South that went on for so long because the state didn't give a fuck about these boys. Nobody gave a fuck about these boys. And anyway, so the film is about this young Black boy named Elwood who has these dreams, and he's feeling, this connection to the civil rights movement. And he ends up being sent to this reformatory school because he gets accused of stealing a car. He did not steal a car. And and then, you know, the last 2/3 of the film are him at the reformatory school, but it also it's a non-linear story type, you know, non-linear way of telling the story, where there are then flashes to the present day of Elwood, who's the main character, as an adult. And anyway, it is amazing. Truly, I was kind of finishing this year going, you know, is it bad to say the plot description sounds like Holes? It's basically like it's basically like if Holes were not a kid's story. But as far as the similarities of, like, you know, these boys who are under 18, so they can't send them to prison, so they send them to reformatory school, and at this reformatory school they use them as like free manual labor and you know, abuse them. There are similarities there, but this is a story that is not a Disney Channel type of story. Amazon has bungled the release and campaign. Oh, it's terrible. You know the thing is that I have seen a number of really, really reputable film critics, ones who I usually read their best of lists. I read a lot of their reviews. A lot of them have said that Nickel Boys is their film of the year. It's just unfortunate that it has had absolutely no marketing. I don't think like the wider audience is really aware of Nickel Boys. I don't think that it's playing. It was released on I think it was released on December 13th, but like, where is it playing? They even fucked up the festival circuit run. Like I cannot believe how little I have heard of Nickel Boys until really recently, and only because I know where to look. And then I watched this film and I was like, this film is incredible. It's amazing. Here, I can show you the trailer. Because I really think that if you get a chance to, you should watch this. You should watch this film. Hog Trucker, thank you for the 6 months. Awesome Kid, thank you for the Prime.
Long time, long time, long time.
Woo! That's it, Hal. You're doing great.
What happened to that one kid? I used to hang with all the time.
You don't remember?
Remember what?
You really don't remember.
I don't know what more you want me to remember.
What are you gonna do? He's now or never.
Hello.
It's just amazing. It is amazing. Speed Razor, thank you so much for the 10 community subs. What I will say too is that I know that a lot of times films, like, okay, you know, it's got the civil right, you know, the backdrop of the civil rights movement, and it's a story of like black boys being abused, that it, you know, around award season, you know, films like that can feel like, oh, they're awards bait, right? That's the type of film that they think, you know, the Academy will love. This film does not feel that at all. It is not that at all. It feels for me it tells an incredible story, but it's the way that it tells the story. It's the truly cinematic experience of watching this film and how it was shot. And let me pull up this interview. Hold on one sec. Yeah, this is an interview in the New York Times, but meet the director who reinvented the act of seeing. In Nickel Boys, Ramel Ross uses what he calls sentient perspective to convey the character's view of their world. Critics say that the result is stunning, and man, it is stunning. This reform school is right up the road for me. It's currently being turned into an industrial park. Yeah, I think, you know, there are a lot of pieces of our history that are so rotten, and you know, there's a lot that we know, but there's still a lot that we don't know. There are so many stories that have yet to be unearthed, or that have yet to be told through the medium of film. And so it just, you know, it amazes you to be like, yes, I understand what things were like in Jim Crow South. I understand, you know, the civil rights era. I've watched a lot of media from that era. There's a lot of films that take place during the civil rights movement. This film is different from anything you will have seen, I promise you. And it also just reminds you that there are a lot of stories and a lot of tragic historical truths that have yet to be that really have yet to be explored on screen. So I just wanted to read a couple quotes here, but from the director Ramel Ross. A year after Ramel Ross finished filming Nickel Boys, he learned to fly. Ross doesn't know if he became a pilot out of post-big project depression, his desire to try new things, or maybe just ennui. But after adapting Colson Whitehead's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel about two black boys sent to a reform school in the Jim Crow South, Ross had found in the air the feeling he had hoped his characters could achieve in his film, freedom. As black people, we know that one of the fundamental things we've been robbed of is free time, where we're not worried about poverty or we're not worried about dying. Flying, to me, is an American luxury that offers a unique and singular relationship to society and the world. Nickel Boys starts with the camera staring at the open blue sky. Then the view appears to turn sideways, lingering on a nearby orange grove, only to return upward. The sky is now captured in a fairly limited frame, as if filtered through the perspective of a person lying on the ground below. In these first few seconds, Ross establishes a point of view that is as much about seeing our country through the lens of two black male characters, Elwood, played by Ethan Harris, and Turner, played by Brandon Wilson, as it is about feeling like we are the boys. This seamless conflating of the art of looking and the act of being challenges how we watch movies and gives us a new way of experiencing black people's humanity on screen. It's amazing. It really is. I really recommend seeing this film if it's in your area. Stoop Kid, thank you for the prime. Yeah, and I hope that this is a film that members of awards committees actually fucking go see, you know? Because I swear to God, I'm going to lose my mind if Amelia Perez gets more accolades than a film like Nickel Boys. I'm going to freak out. I'm just letting everybody know. I'm just letting everybody know. Are you going to make the clown face bet again? Well, here's the thing is that, like, okay. What was my bet last time? Why did I put the clown makeup on? Why did I do that? Hitters, thank you for the 2 months. America Ferrera getting a nom. That's right. I said there's no way America Ferrera gets a nom, and then America Ferrera did get a nom, so I put clown makeup on because I'm a clown. I'm a clown. Is Conclave good? I've only heard about it from my religious aunt, LOL. I very much so enjoyed myself. I didn't care for the ending. I thought it was like kind of hokey, but I had a cunty old time. It was a good time. Yeah. It's not the film of the year for me. Conclave was forfeits. Good film. I wish the end was better. Yeah. Yeah. That's why, you know, that's a film that I will recommend to people, but I'm not like, oh my fucking God, Conclave, movie of the year, give it everything. I just watched Eyes Wide Shut because of your Letterboxd review. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy? Okay, so let's hold on. When did I say the thing about America Ferrera? When did I say my Oscars thing that I had to? Let's wait till we get to like that time again, and then let's actually wait until I start doing my predictions. Yeah. Let's wait until I do my predictions for the Oscars. Minor Threat, thank you for the 18 months. Kiddas, thank you for the 2 months. Okay, so everybody wish me luck. I think I'm going to go try to see The Brutalist tomorrow because that's the only time that I can see it before the Globes happen, which wish me luck. It's going to take up my entire day, so I might end up being a little late to stream depending on what time I can go to a showing, because I have to take Farley to the vet tomorrow, and there is a 10:30, which is when his vet time is, and then I think there's like a 1:30. Sorry. You know what's interesting? I didn't know that there was a Zionism element to this film at all until I saw, I think it was, who's the guy who does Blowback? What's his name? Noah. Yeah, I think it was Noah. I haven't read his review yet, but he reviewed the film, and then I think it was who from Majority Report. What's her name? Sorry, you guys. It's the Toxic Fumes. I can't think of anything. Emma. Yes, Emma also went to see this film. So I noticed that like political people that I follow watched this film, and like specifically we're talking about the element of Zionism in it, which I really don't know much about Brutalist. I just know that it's 3.5 hours long, that Guy Pearce is in it, that Adrian Brody is potentially a frontrunner for the best actor. It is a period drama, but I've kind of, stayed away from really reading about that film. So I am going to. It's handled weird and hard. Who has seen The Brutalist, first of all? Who has seen this 3.5 hour film that has an intermission built into it? I really, really enjoyed it. Okay. Me. Wait, Amy Schumer said it's her fave? What? I thought she said that about Zone of Interest. Is Amy Schumer now saying that The Brutalist is her fave? Oh, no. Oh, no. If there's one thing... Okay, here's the thing. There's two options. Either because the messaging around Zionism is positive, and Amy Schumer's like... Or because Amy Schumer, like she did with Zone of Interest, completely misses the message. Or 3, because Amy Schumer is anti-Zionist now. Yeah, maybe a good sign. Maybe Amy Schumer has done some real soul searching since she was posting all of that horrendously genocidal shit last year. So maybe people can change. I have a theory, but I'm not posting it. All right, well, let's wait. We can talk about that film more when tomorrow I have hopefully watched it, because let me go through this list, and I think I've just about seen everything. Emma said, I was surprised that it dealt directly with Zionism and in a way that was critical while sympathetic to its traumatized converts. Okay, interesting. Well, I don't like, with certain films, I don't like to read too much going into the film, because I like to have a totally blank I like to have a total blank slate. I like to have my mind just completely open and make my own, not be going like, okay, I'm looking for these things, right? I don't want to be like looking for something, or I don't want to already like feel like biased in any way. But tomorrow, if I manage to see it and if we discuss it, of course, if you haven't seen it and you don't want to be a part of that, you can just tune out. Speaking of Amelia Perez, I fucking know. Longlisted 15 times at the motherfucking BAFTAs. At the motherfucking BAFTAs. The BAFTAs also really love to Complete Unknown. Oh my God. I cannot. Look, if you love Amelia Perez, great. I'm happy for you, okay? I think that was one of the worst films I've seen this year. Of like the serious films that I have seen, okay? I'm not talking about like some shit film that I rented off of Amazon Prime that's not in the awards conversation whatsoever. I feel insane with Amelia Perez. Yes, I have said this many times that I also I feel like I'm being gaslit. I do. I feel like I'm being gaslit. Yeah, no challenger score at the BAFTAs. Okay, we're saying it officially. The BAFTAs are a joke. The BAFTAs, the British version of the Academy Awards, officially a joke. You're not going to give challengers, which was arguably the score of the year, or at least one that was, that's up there. That's up there. Also, The Hollywood Reporter calling this leading ladies, but isn't Zoe campaigning in supporting? Yes. Yeah. Which is crazy because she is the lead of that film, which is insane. She has the most screen time in the movie. I don't know. They might end up flipping. Here's the thing. So what they're going to be looking at is to see how other nominations and award shows go, and they might end up pushing her to not supporting, to lead if they're like, this is too close, or they may be like, nope, supporting is the category that we have the best shot in, so we're going to stick with this one. Have you considered, though, that Angela Bassett did the thing? Let me tell you, Sarah, I consider it every single day, okay? I think every single day about Angela Bassett doing the thing. Can you spoil it and tell me why people are glazing Amelia Perez? I think people are glazing Amelia Perez because it is a trans musical that also deals with like Mexico cartel politics, and there's all this stuff happening wrapped up in it being a musical, and I think people are like, it's cinema, like it goes there. It is, it has everything. And actually, it's a fucking mess. And I think it is terrible messaging on what it's like to be trans. I think it's really, really, I just think it's not great. Yeah, and the thing is, it's because there's no trans people involved with this film. And I'm sorry, I just think if you're going to do a musical about somebody who is, a big part of the film is that it is about a trans person, then please have trans people involved with the making of the film, or else you are going to get a cis person's idea of what it is to be trans. Like for me, a film that I thought was actually a beautiful, like, really well crafted, creative film about the experience of being trans was I Saw the TV Glow. Like Amelia Perez, and then I Saw the TV Glow. I'm picking I Saw the TV Glow. I think also people look at Amelia Perez and they think it's like campy. It's not. It's not. It doesn't. No. I also can I say too, I think it's a lot of Selena Gomez fans. I think a lot of the excitement around Amelia Perez online is Selena Gomez fans. But I think for awards, I think for all these like different awards bodies, like the BAFTA, like the Golden Globes, I think they're doing the thing where they're like, wow, a trans musical by beloved French director Jacques Audiard. Like, this is, we have to award this film. We have to give this film its flowers. I think it's both. I think it's subject matter and also the aesthetics of the film, which is crazy because I think the film is really ugly. I think of, there's a lot of films this year I've seen that I don't really love, but I thought the visuals were, amazing. Like a lot to compliment there. I think Amelia Perez looks ugly from the cinematography, to the lighting, to the color. It is not an aesthetically beautiful film, but also not in a, like, it doesn't mean like every movie has to be, oh, this pleases me. This aesthetically pleases me. But people are like taking away from that film, that it is, an aesthetically gorgeous film. I just don't get it. I don't understand. But have you considered From Penis to Vagina? Put that up there with Angela Bassett did the thing. Eat, Spray, Love. Thank you for the 2 months. Sterling Nolan. Thank you for the 4 months. What did you see Anora? What did you think of Anora? Yes, I really loved Anora. Anora is one of my favorite films of the year. You can follow me on Letterboxd. You guys, I have been on it. I have been on my Letterboxd lately, and I will continue to stay on it through award season. So it's funny because there will be films that pop into my mind where I'm like, oh yeah, I saw this movie, and I'll add it to Letterboxd. So it'll look like I watched even more movies in, 1 month than I actually did. Can we talk about whoever decided it should be a musical has absolutely no clue what makes musicals good? That's like the biggest problem to me. Oh yeah, the musical element of it is terrible. It's just, there's so many things that are bad about it. All right, so let's go through the list of Golden Globes best picture nominations so I can make sure that I've like seen these. Okay, A Complete Unknown. Yes, I watched that. Conclave. Yes, I watched that. Dune Part 2. Yes, I watched that. Nickel Boys. Just watched that last night. The songs of Amelia Perez were so random. I know. So random and like not not catchy, right? If you're gonna have really cheesy, embarrassing lyrics, please at least make the song catchy. September 5th. Okay, so I didn't really know about this film, let alone the fact that it got nominated for a Golden Globe. Has anybody seen this? Because I think this might be the only film I have not seen on the list that I'm not planning to see. What is this film? I mean, I know what this film is because I looked it up, and it's about the Munich. It's about the Munich Olympics, and here, September 5th. Like, let me just see some info on this. Okay, this is directed by Tim Fellbaum. Who is this? I don't know. He's a Swiss filmmaker. Okay, I'm not familiar with his work. But this is September 5th about the 1972 Munich Olympics, when the hostage crisis happened with the Israeli athletes. So the Israeli team who were performing at the 1972 Olympics and were taken hostage. And I have literally heard nothing about this film.
Ready, camera, one.
Until I was reviewing the Golden Globe nominations and was like, wait a second, what?
Hit it.
Good morning, I'm Jim McKay speaking to you live from the Olympics in Munich, West Germany.
You know, I gotta be honest. I don't want to be unfair to this filmmaker because I don't know this filmmaker. I don't know this film. I haven't seen it. But it does feel like, what is the timing on this film being released? With everything that has been going on for the last year and 4 months, it just, to me, and like, I don't want to accuse this film of being a part of the the US Israeli propaganda machine, but the timing of it just feels very like, ugh, you know?
Talk me through the day.
Starts with volleyball, then there's boxing.
Good. It's America versus Cuba.
Sure you want to bring in the politics?
It's not about politics. It's about emotions.
And we're clear. Great job, everyone.
Do you hear that?
We're close gunshots.
What's the situation?
The police are reporting that armed terrorists have attacked the Israeli athletes.
There's a hostage situation going on right now in the Olympic Village.
ABC wants news to take over.
Your sports, you're in way over your head.
400 yards away from where this is happening.
We are the only people capable of following it live. This is our story, and we're keeping it.
What do I tell the cameras?
What do you mean?
I mean, can we show someone being shot on live television?
We're on.
The peace of what have been called the Serene Olympics was shattered this morning. The games are still going on. Within a few hundred yards, 9 terrified, living human beings are being held prisoner.
You need to understand how sensitive this situation is.
These are just local cops doing things they have never done before.
We'll make it broadcast history. More people have seen this than watch Armstrong land on the moon.
Now, police are on the roof.
Oh, guys.
That's a TV. Or are they seeing what we're seeing?
What are you talking about?
Are the terrorists seeing this?
Our job is to tell the story of these individuals whose lives are at stake.
It's not okay if we made it worse.
It's a madhouse down here.
They know the whole world is watching. If they shoot someone on live television, whose story is that? Is it ours or is it theirs?
Yeah, also reminder that there was a film called Munich that came out in 2005. It was directed by Steven Spielberg, and it is about the exact same event. It's about the Israeli athletes who were taken hostage during the Olympics. Did Spielberg's Munich get a bunch of award nominations? Yeah, this was It was nominated for Best Picture. I know that. Let me look up the exact hold on. Munich was nominated for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Writing, Best Achievement in Film Editing, and then Best Score. John Williams was nominated for that. But unfortunately, it could not beat the film of the year, which was Crash. 2006 was Crash's year. 2006 was the year that racism ended. Yeah, another film that lost to Crash. So yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is it's one of those where it's not uncommon that you have a film that another filmmaker decides to, or that you have a historical event that you know, an acclaimed director makes a film of, it does very well, and then years later somebody else decides to make their version of that film. I just am, you know, it's one of those things where it feels very sensitive because of the fact that for the past, you know, since October 7th, before October 7th, but really a big part of the Hasbara machine has been to label, you know, all Palestinians as terrorists, to emphasize Israel defending itself as it has, you know, engaged in genocide against Palestinians for the past 15 months, and to label all Palestinian supporters as terrorists, as extremists, as terrorist supporters. So the timing of this just feels very like oof. And you know, the I haven't really seen any conversation around this film, so I don't know. You know, I don't think that this is a film where if you have not formed an opinion yet about Israel and Palestine, that you would watch this film and necessarily be like, that's it, I'm supporting Israel. But I don't know. I have a feeling that this film is probably not going to go anywhere past the Globes. I think the Globes is an award show that there's so many categories, and there's a split in a lot of the categories between drama and comedy, so it allows for nominations of films that otherwise will not get anything. For instance, the best lead actor in the musical or comedy category is often a category that a lot of actors will only get that will be their sole nomination. It's kind of an opportunity of like, who do you want to see get a nomination who's not going to be nominated for the Oscars? It has no chance, so it will probably win Best Picture. Well, it's going to have to beat Emilia Perez. Anyway. From what I've heard, the movie doesn't propagandize in the way the title makes it seem. I still need to watch, though. 99% of conversation around it has been a meme because the Hollywood Reporter has been predicting it to be Best Picture since Telluride, and and everyone thought that was funny. Well, you know what? If September 5th wins Best Picture, I will not just put clown makeup on, I will join a fucking clown school. I will become a professional clown. Okay, so September 5th, I think it's on Apple. Like, I guess I could watch this. I don't know. Like, I checked my email that I get all my screeners, my digital screeners sent to. Have not gotten a screener sent for that film. It looks like it is maybe on Apple TV. No, coming soon. I don't know. So I don't even know if I could watch this anywhere. I don't even think I could watch this right now. When does it come out? Oh, it hasn't even come. Oh, what? In theaters 117. Okay, never mind. All right, so as far as Best Picture Motion Picture Drama, I have not seen September 5th, which I can't even see right now. And then The Brutalist, my plan is to go see this tomorrow, and it will be taking up my entire day. Press play. Thank you for the 15 months. Okay. Best Motion Picture Musical or Comedy. I am planning to watch A Real Pain tonight. And then I have seen Honora Challenger's, my favorite, Amelia Perez, The Substance, we love to see it, and Wicked. So my feelings right now is the Brutalist might win the Globe for drama. I think that would be a pretty sure sign of its Oscars success. It kind of seems to be emerging as a front runner, as a heavyweight. And then best motion picture musical or comedy, I think will be Honora. Although it is the Globes, it is the fuck ass Globes, so you could see like I don't know, Conclave winning drama and Wicked winning musical or comedy. Or Amelia Perez. I really actually could see Amelia Perez or Wicked winning musical or comedy. What would you do if Amelia Perez sweeps? Honestly, I would expect it of the Globes. I would be like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you know what? The Globes has proved themselves once again to be the Globes. Can you give some insight into the connections between winners of early shows like the Globes and people predicting the same winner at the Oscars? Is it just based on historical patterns or they share? So this is where award show historians who really are just kind of trying to like put their predictions out early. That's where like you get into this territory of people who will be like, well, if you track the last 10 Golden Globes and you can see that there was crossover in these categories, even though at the blah 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 blah. So there's a lot of there's a lot of like trying to find patterns and connections between award shows. There are some award shows that are much more definitive precursors to the Oscars. There are shows where it's like, okay, this is very specific to this show because of the people who vote for these awards. But, you know, if you look at like the Best Actress category at the BAFTAs, there has not been an Oscar, you know, there's not been a Best Actress winner at the BAFTAs who has not then been at least nominated for the Oscars in the last 10 years. I'm just making it up right now. But yeah, there's certainly a lot of that of just looking at the different award shows and how they can potentially predict what is going to happen at the Oscars. But there's also always the there's also always like surprises, and it's better that way. Like I think it's always better to have an Oscars lineup that is filled with unique choices, that has surprises to it, that it's like, oh, okay, you know, this film hasn't really been getting a lot of attention, and the Oscars decided that it was going to put a spotlight on it. When Dan Merrill covered the Globes, there was only one category when he said he could see it being the Oscars lineup, but I can't remember which one. Right now, a lot of the forecasters are saying this is a Best Picture race that's wide open, which is something that people do love to say a lot. But yeah, we're not in the thick of award season yet. The Globes are kicking things off on Sunday, but yeah, we can take a look at all the, you know, all the connections and the predictions based on the, well, you know, if you look at the Golden Globes for the last 10 years, the winner of you know, X category has also then gone on to win the Oscar this many times, or, you know, out of these years. Chatters are looking for the award stats. Ben Scarmath is a good follow on Twitter. Yeah, there are Twitter accounts and YouTubers that are dedicated to award show statistics, to like predictions, to talking about how, you know, talking about the patterns of each award show. Okay, and then Best Motion Picture Non-English Language, All We Imagine Is Light. I have been dying to see this film, and I cannot see it. Same with I'm Still Here. I am dying to see both of these films. But Amelia Perez is going to win. It just hit Brazilian Twitter. Oh my God. All this yapping just for nothing because Crash is taking it home. Okay, and then Best Performance by a Female Actor in a Motion Picture Drama, Angie Jolie, Maria. Yep, saw her. Fernanda Torres, I'm Still Here. Haven't seen that. Kate Winslet, Lee. Haven't seen that. Nicole Kidman, Baby Girl. I have seen that. Pamela Anderson, Last Showgirl. Haven't seen that. Tilda Swinton, Room Next Door. Haven't seen that. So I have not seen... I've only seen 2 of these performances so far, because the films on here that these actresses are nominated for are on like my second film list. So I have my first film list of like, okay, these are the ones that I have to watch first. And then I have once I get through this list, now I go through this list. Best Performance by a Male Actor in a Motion Picture, Adrian Brody, Brutalist, Coleman Domingo, Sing Sing. That is finally being re-released in theaters. I will be watching it. Daniel Craig, Queer. Still have not watched Queer. I sat down to watch Queer literally 3 times. Ralph Fiennes, Conclave. I did see him in that. Sebastian Stan, The Apprentice. And then Timothée Chalamet, A Complete Unknown. I did see that. So I've seen 2 of those performances. And then musical or comedy, Amy Adams, Night Bitch. I saw that. Cynthia Erivo, Wicked. I saw that. Demi Moore, The Substance. I saw that. Carlos Sofia Gascon, Amelia Perez. I did see that. Mikey Madison and Nora. I did see that. Zendalia Challengers. So I have seen every performance in this category. All right. Best performance by male actor in a motion picture, musical or comedy. Gabriel LaBelle, Saturday Night. No, and I probably will not be watching that movie. Glenn Powell, Hitman. Yeah. Hugh Grant, Heretic. Yeah. Jesse Eisenberg, Real Pain. Not yet. Jesse Plemons, Kinds of Kindness. That movie just came and went. And then Sebastian Stan, A Different Man, which I did see. So this category is one where these guys will most likely not get a nomination outside of the Golden Globes. This is like their one and done. I could see this going to like Hugh Grant. Best performance by a female actor in a supporting role. Ariana for Wicked, Felicity Jones for The Brutalist, Isabella Rossellini for Conclave, Margaret Qualley for The Substance, Selena Gomez, Amelia Perez, Zoe Saldana, Amelia Perez. I have seen all these besides Felicity Jones, which hopefully I will be seeing tomorrow. Best performance by an actor in a supporting role in any motion picture, Denzel in Gladiator 2, Edward Norton, A Complete Unknown, Guy Pearce, The Brutalist, Jeremy Strong, The Apprentice, Kieran Culkin, A Real Pain, Yura Borisov, Anora. I think that of the ones I've seen, Yura Borisov and Anora is, I just really loved him in that. But I think I'm really gonna love Guy Pearce in The Brutalist. I love me some Guy Pearce, but also Kieran Culkin is amazing, and I haven't watched A Real Pain yet, and I'm really looking forward to that. This is actually a really good category because I thought Edward Norton was one of the best parts of a Complete Unknown, and I also thought Denzel was one of the best parts of Gladiator 2. Even though that character was whack. Like, that character arc was so whack, but Denzel is really great. Really, really great. And then director, we have Brady Corbett for The Brutalist, Coralie Farge for The Substance, Edward Berger for Conclave, Jacques Audiard for Amelia Perez, Payal Kapadia for All We Imagine Is Light, which is awesome to see her get a nomination for that, and then Sean Baker for Anora. Okay. All right. So the Globes are Sunday. I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do for them, but we got some more movies to watch. Before then, I am in my movie watching zone. We are just trying to watch all the movies ever. I am in my Letterboxd era. That's right. It is my favorite season, award season. Did you ever finish La Chimera and the Beast? No, I have to go back and I'm going to start them. Well, I wanted to watch The Beast with Will, and he was not feeling it one night, so then that didn't happen. And then La Chimera I started watching, and I couldn't keep watching it, I remember. So I have to go back and start that film all over. I know. I hate everybody who loves Josh O'Connor. I do. Okay, guys. Let's switch gears for a second here. And I want to look at... I want to look at some updates here in the... Las Vegas Cybertruck attack and the New Orleans truck attack, because one thing that they have in common, even though the FBI is saying these are not connected, one thing they have in common is their military connection. So the guy who was the attacker in New Orleans, he was ex-military, and the guy who killed himself, who rented the truck, Cybertruck, killed himself, and then the car exploded outside of the Trump Hotel, he was a current Green Beret. So we're going to talk about this, and then we're going to talk about this AP investigation from 2 months ago, where extremism has continued to be on the rise in the U.S. military, and see like what are the connections here? Because of course, when this news came out, the news in New Orleans, because of the man's name being because the man's name was Shamsuddin Jabbar, because he is brown. Of course, people on the right were immediately blaming immigrants, and then they were blaming Palestinians, as he had like a video that he had put out where he was saying that he was inspired by ISIS, et cetera, et cetera. We know how the drill goes in this fucking country, where any terror attack, any act of violence, they are immediately looking to scapegoat the most vulnerable people in this country. And interestingly, how, of course, Fox News and a lot of the screed coming from the right isn't going to include the part where both of these guys are connected to the military. And what is that saying? What is it saying? That more and more members and ex-members of the military are being dangerously radicalized, that you are more likely to be radicalized if you are in the military or were in the military. And I think this is something that is very fucking serious to be talking about. The fucking New York Post access to his house was the scummiest thing I've ever seen. New York Post stays being scummy.
Confederate General Braxton Bragg.
Truly.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work
Amy,
at
my
democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show with what we know about the two apparent attacks that unfolded in the U.S. on New Year's Day and the response so far. The FBI has identified the driver of the Tesla Cybertruck that exploded outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas Wednesday morning as 37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger of Colorado Springs. He died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head moments before his rented car, packed with fireworks and fuel canisters, burst into flames, injuring 7. Livelsberger was an active duty member of the Army. He was a Green Beret and Special Forces Master Sergeant. From 2017 to 2019, he served 3 tours of duty in Afghanistan. Before that, he deployed to the Republic of Congo, Ukraine, and Tajikistan. Livelsberger was on leave from his base in Germany. FBI Special Agent Spencer Evans said Thursday investigators are still searching for a motive.
We know we have a bombing, absolutely, and it's a bombing that certainly has factors that raise concern. It's not lost on us that it's in front of, of the Trump building, that it's a Tesla vehicle, but we don't have information at this point that definitively tells us or suggests it was because of this particular ideology or any of the reasoning behind it.
The FBI says it has not found a link between the Las Vegas man and the suspect in the New Orleans attack earlier, just a few hours earlier on New Year's Day. Both men served in the U.S. Army, including overlapping assignments at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, what it used to be called. But there's no evidence they knew each other. President Biden Wednesday said the FBI had named 42-year-old Texas-born U.S. citizen, U.S. Army veteran Shamsuddin Jabbar as the suspect who rammed his pickup truck into throngs of revelers on Bourbon Street early Wednesday, killing 14.
I've directed them to keep looking. The individual who ran at the truck that exploded in Las Vegas also served as active duty U.S. Army. And the FBI is working with the Department of Defense on investigating, including service members' possible motives and all those he worked with.
Yeah, I'm sure the Department of Defense will absolutely be objective about the investigation. Yeah, the Department of Defense that is very much so been failing to maintain any type of database that tracks growing extremism within the military and has downplayed the radicalization of the current members and ex-members of the military. So,
Jabbar had posted 5 videos to social media in the last few hours before the attack, pledging allegiance to ISIS and discussing plans to kill his family. Both Jabbar and Livelsberger were divorced. CNN reports Jabbar's second wife had a restraining order against him during their divorce case. Meanwhile, in recent months, Livelsberger had reportedly removed pictures of himself from Facebook in which he proposed to his partner and cradled his newborn baby in his arms. On Thursday, President-elect Donald Trump blamed what he called Biden's open borders policy for, quote, radical Islamic terrorism, in apparent reference to the New Orleans attack.
Yeah, and so, of course, so much emphasis coming from the right is on the ISIS element of the New Orleans attackers' motivations. And, I mean, they, of course, they like salivate over information like that because of how it plays into their political narratives, right? And then they can use that to demonize like every Arab, every brown person, Palestinian supporters. I saw Tommy Lauren already like saying the ISIS flag and the Palestinian flag being one and the same. Like it's first of all ignoring the military component of this terrorist attack, and also that most of the deadly domestic terrorist attacks in this country in recent history come from the far right. Like that is all important context because of the component of the of the military.
President Trump said once again that people coming from outside of the country were more dangerous than people at home. Soon after, President Biden said that the
3 months.
Texas man was a U.S.-born Army veteran. Meanwhile, Trump's incoming senior director for counterterrorism, Sebastian Gorka, also responded to the New Orleans attack. Gorka advised Trump in his first term, but was pushed out after The Forward revealed he once had ties to a Hungarian far-right Nazi-allied group and that he supported an anti-Semitic racist paramilitary militia in Hungary while he served as a Hungarian politician. Gorka spoke on the right-wing news outlet Newsmax.
You need to understand, every single one of our Newsmax viewers, you are on the front line of the war against global jihadism. It's not just our tier 1 operators. It's not just the guys at Dam Neck, the SEALs, or the guys over the wire at Bragg. You.
Also, if he is legit ISIS, they are far right. They want a lot of the same. Oh, absolutely. I mean, there are parallels between ISIS and the far right in this country.
You, like the people on Bourbon Street, are on the front line. So be aware, keep your head on a swivel. And if you hear people doing strange things, acting peculiarly, apparently this individual converted to Islam last year.
Like extremism is extremism.
Share that information.
For more, we're joined by Mike Preisner, an Iraq War Army veteran who's been watching these developments closely. He previously co-founded March Forward, an anti-war group of veterans and active service members, and worked with Veterans for Peace and another group called About Face. He still works as a GI organizer. Michael Preisner joined the U.S. Army in 2001 when he was 17 and left the military in 2005. His company participated in the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq, where he served for a year. He hosts a podcast for service members called Eyes Left. In June, his report for the Empire Files was headlined "Dozens Quitting U.S. Military Over Gaza in Protest, Voices of Hidden Unrest Within the Ranks." Mike Preisner, welcome to Democracy Now! Thank you for joining us from Portland, Oregon. If you can start off by responding to these two attacks. Now, again, the authorities say they see no connection between the two. They think both men acted alone. They did use the same app to rent their cars. Leibelsberger rented in Denver an EV, one of those Tesla Cyber trucks, which looks like a tank. And you have Jabbar, who launched this attack in New Orleans, used his car as a weapon, his EV pickup truck. But both men were in the military. You have Leibelsberger, a Green Beret, and you have Jabbar, who was in the military for more than a decade, now a military veteran. Talk about what took place on New Year's, Mike.
Right. Well, both of these incidents and individuals seem quite different, other than the fact that both of them
yeah, also not great PR for the military, which, as we talked about a couple days ago, is at an all-time low in recruitment. Like, they are already struggling to recruit. They are, spending a lot of money trying to digitally influence people to sign up to join the military. So not great for the military.
Seem to be triggered by relationship issues, but the main thing that links them is the fact that military service is now the #1 predictor of becoming what is called a mass casualty offender, surpassing even mental health issues as a profiler. There are many different consequences of having a massive military empire, the biggest humanity has ever seen, both in its sheer size, its expanse around the world, one that is constantly engaged in endless and morally indefensible wars around the world. And one of the
remember, y'all, our military is bigger than the next nine countries' militaries combined.
Consequences is the violence abroad coming back against people at home. Leibesberger, of course, his career was one of killing, and then the New Orleans attacker says he was inspired by ISIS. The mass killing ideology of ISIS. ISIS would not exist were it not for the U.S. military's complete destruction of Iraq and mass killing of innocent people. America in general, of course, has a mass violence problem.
Whoa, buddy. Sounds like you are an ISIS sympathizer. Sounds like you're saying that ISIS is not bad. Whoa. In providing that context, I am going to accuse you of being a terrorist sympathizer.
Mass shootings happen.
What's next? Are you going to say something about 9/11?
Been quite regularly, more than once a day on average. And that the reasons for that are linked to U.S. militarism, both in that kind of cultural domination of a country that glorifies violence and exports violence, but more so a government that is presiding over a country with deep and extreme social problems, which it refuses to address while having a blank and endless check for militarism abroad and an ever-increasing budget for the military-industrial complex. And so this gives rise to an extreme amount of social problems in our society that are rooted in things like alienation and inequality and desperation and despair and hopelessness. And then so the U.S. military comes in and for the purposes of recruitment must target people who are most impacted by those social problems. They bring them into an institution where they train them to kill. They train them that killing is actually quite honorable and quite cool. It sends many of those people to kill abroad. It has a very notorious for ruining people's mental health and a mental health system that makes people's mental health problems even worse, and then spits them back out into a society where people find their lives harder than when they join. That's kind of why I think that has become a #1 predictor of becoming a mass casualty offender, is all of those consequences. And we look at Fort Bragg in particular. You mentioned both these people passed through Fort Bragg. Fort Bragg was for 2 decades the hub of the global war on terror, in particular the special operations factor, which does some pretty dark stuff around the world. And so it's really no surprise that 2 of these people passed through this base and that they are just joining a larger number of people from the military who end up carrying out acts of violence on others. A lot of these are turned inward, and there's, of course, an epidemic of suicide and drug addiction and alcohol addiction and overdoses and things like that. But of course, when you have a scenario like that in our society, some number of those people will, instead of self-destruction, will move to the destruction of others, which is what we've seen with these 2 individuals.
And again, Fort Bragg is now called Fort Liberty because Bragg was an enslaving Confederate general, Braxton Bragg, a Confederate officer in the U.S. Civil War, and like a number of bases, it has been renamed. You talk about
the military's like, can't have any connections explicitly with the Confederate South. They're like, surely this will fix the problem if we change the name of the military base.
The violence. Also, epidemic of violence against women.
Trump has said he's changing it back. Hell yes, brother. The South will rise again. It's just history, okay? So what? We can't have history here In woke America, well, guess what? It's Donald Trump's America starting on January 20th.
These bases. And it's always interesting in these mass casualty events.
Yeah, why did they name it after Confederates in the first place? You know, that's always the question to ask. When there are Confederate statues, when there are schools or other public institutions that are named after Confederates, that are named after the sites of battles that the Confederate Army won, you're always like, you know, why was that named that in the first place? Yeah, I thought Donald Trump made fun of suckers and losers. Are the Confederates not the biggest losers ever? Yeah, naming it after the losers.
Whether you're talking about a mass shooter in a school like Sandy Hook, to look at the attacker's relationship with women in the past. I mean, you have the Sandy Hook shooter killed his mother before, but often when domestic violence isn't taken seriously, you see the escalation of the violence, Mike.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, and this is a problem that's endemic to the military as well. I mean, you know, Fort Liberty, it's high rates of domestic violence, of murders even. You know, Seth Harp, who's another anti-war Iraq War veteran, has also done really important work on this. And so, yes, I mean, there is, of course, many indicators. I mean, it comes back to this idea that we have this mass violence problem. There are many ways that the government could be stopping this, could be taking measures to get to the root of these things, but instead it just exacerbates them. And of course, the U.S. military is, you know, there's so many cocktails in our society that allow these things to bubble over into violence against other people.
One Direction
the military
was
is just,
together
you know,
longer
one of
than
the
the
stronger cocktails that
Confederacy.
exist.
And let's talk about Leivelsberger, what we understand now happened. He's the Green Beret who drove that Cybertruck that blew up in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas.
Permission at the bong, Big C,
Apparently,
permission granted.
He died of a self-inflicted bullet wound. Can you talk about soldier suicides?
Well, I mean, it's an epidemic, and it has been for a long time. I mean, it's something.
I recommend Robert E. Lee and Me as Southerners, Reckoning with the Myth of the Lost Cause. It deprogrammed me about the Confederacy since I was born in the South and steeped in the propaganda. Yeah, I think, well, thank you for the recommendation. I think something that people who are not born in the South, like myself, don't realize is like how much propaganda there is, how much emphasis there is on honoring and remembering the history that includes the Confederacy, and that it's just like a different world. It's a totally different world because I grew up in the Midwest. I also didn't grow up in a setting where I would be exposed to, you know, like being in the Midwest outside of the South, but it didn't grow up in a setting where I would have been exposed to Confederacy propaganda, to, you know, any of this like lost cause BS. I live in a place called Lynchburg, and white people get so fucking defensive about it. Yeah. Yeah. I can, like, it's just, it's loser shit. It is truly loser shit. Y'all lost. The Confederacy lost. It's also loser shit because, you know, this happened hundreds of years ago. And, you know, it's people yeehawing and acting as if this is something, like, as if, like, the Civil War just happened. Like, they're just so horny for another Civil War. They just want to, like, cosplay. One thing that I remember that I always thought was weird was when I would watch movies. This is before, like, I really could process why it was weird, but I remember watching, like, Sweet Home Alabama when I was younger, and I was like, wait a second, a Civil War reenactment? I don't get it. Why are they doing Civil War reenactments? And, like, why are people proudly playing the parts of the Confederate soldiers in the Civil War reenactment? Wait, what is this? Anyways. Oh. Wait, where's the one with the girl who's like...
Perfect. Where's my clock? E404 button. Shoot some beef. Oh, way down south in the land of traders, rattlesnakes and
You know what I'm talking about?
Right away, come away, right away, come away. Where cotton's king and men are chattels, Union boys will win the
Does
battle.
anybody
Right
know
away,
that TikTok where she's like...
right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must
Yes, I do.
understand that he must find his Uncle Sam away.
Please link it if you find it. Yes, it's iconic. Confederates tried to put mines in Atlanta, but they forgot to take out the markers, so the Union soldiers just walked around them. I think that's the first time that I've ever... I think that's... Or maybe I don't know. I think that's the first time I've heard that, and that is... It is literally...
Something that, you know, especially was exacerbated when the Iraq and Afghanistan wars began. You have people like Levensberger who, you know, deployed many times in special operations. You know,
there's a problem in Civil War reenactments in the South. People playing the Confederates have to be reprimanded that they got shot and are dead and can't cheat. Same with Vietnam vets plus PTSD. Yeah. I just have a lot of thoughts on the reenactments, and especially in, like, sorry to go back to Sweet Home Alabama, but that family was sus.
No doubt was involved in things that involved in killing all over the world. But the way that the military historically, and from my own experience, being in touch with so many service members who were struggling against this, the military's policy when it comes to mental health and suicide and things like that is to maintain the fighting force. And so the goal of the U.S. military when they're dealing with this epidemic within their ranks is to keep the fighting force active and keeping people deploying and things like that. And that's what we saw throughout the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And so, of course, there's a great deal of this, in society writ large. But in the military in particular, some Leibelsberger who injured many people and could have killed some people as well. And so, on face value, it looks like he was just another statistic of someone from special operations or the military in general that killed themselves, but was doing it in this kind of spectacular way. Went out with a bang, which, with our corporate media that sensationalizes so many of these incidents, maybe was inspired to do something that, made a scene or something like that. But I think the suicide is, of course, a major problem in the military and in our society for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. And that, there's going to be some layer of those people that, want to turn that violence on other people as well as themselves.
An article in the Washington Post from about, a month ago.
Yeah, there's a lot of influencers often do really shady shit, but I think there is something particularly insidious about influencers and content creators when they work with, when they do like military sponsorships, it should always be shamed. It's so predatory, and it's really gross.
Is headline, Trump could hobble renewed fight against domestic terrorism, analysts warned. Now, this is really interesting. I remember when Obama came to office and there was a report on domestic terrorism, especially right-wing terrorism in the military. He was pressured not to have that report released. This is an ongoing issue. Then you have the misinformation that Fox put out on New Year's Day saying that the truck that was rented came over. This is the truck in New Orleans that Jabbar used, came over the border in the last 2 days. It was not minutes later that Trump didn't post on Truth Social that finally people have to accept that people who come from outside this country are more of a threat than.
Bro, the thing that fucking pisses me off. I mean, I know this like decrepit racist freak is who he is, but we knew pretty quickly that the guy who did the New Orleans terrorist attack was a U.S. citizen. Like, that was information in my looking back over the last couple days that came out very quickly. Like, he was born in Texas, he was a U.S. citizen, and was ex-military, and yet, of course, there were still lies and just really just xenophobic, nasty disinformation saying that this is about the border.
People
like that guy was Texas through and through.
Born here,
I gotta grab some water.
And he attributed the minimizing of foreign threat to Democrats and the fake news media. Of course, he was wrong about this, and Jabbar was a U.S.-born, U.S. citizen, served in the military for more than 10 years. Mike.
Of course. Well, the Trump administration is going to use the New Orleans attacker to, feed into their right-wing agenda. The reality is that when we look at extremist attacks or violence from people who have been in the military or are still in the military, a very, very tiny number of those people you could say were inspired by Islamic extremism. But right-wing extremism is, in fact, a very prevalent and common thing, and has been throughout the entire history of the U.S. military. I mean, the Ku Klux Klan, the America's premier domestic terrorist organization was one founded by military veterans. And throughout the entire history of the U.S. military, white supremacists and right-wing organizations have heavily recruited from and been led by people who are in the military and military veterans as well. This all came to a head in the 90s, where the Oklahoma City bombing, but also you had neo-Nazi service members in the Marines commit a lynching of a black couple in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And then so there was this brief period of crackdown of the military on right-wing extremism, but when the Iraq War started going very badly and they needed bodies to continue to go to the Iraq War, they completely removed the restrictions on this kind of thing. And then, which has been exposed by many journalists, were knowingly bringing in right-wing extremists, some of whom were going into the military specifically to get training to bring back out into their organizations. And so today we have many far-right organizations like Atomwaffen Division, Identity Europa, Patriot Front, some of those organizations founded by veterans, but also who recruit heavily from the military and veterans as well. Like leaked documents from Patriot Front show that more than 20% of their applicants are young veterans or people who are still in the military. This is a real danger. The Oath Keepers. After January 6th, it was revealed that so many of the participants were military veterans. In fact, many from the special operations were really the tactical leadership of that assault, and many of whom had stashed large numbers of assault rifles and ammunition in hotel rooms that were very near the Capitol assault. And so, of course, this is something that should concern everyone. It's obviously, the real clear and present danger when we're talking about extremism from within the military. But the Trump administration is
no, actually, he's wrong. The clear and present danger when talking about extremism are students on college campuses who are protesting genocide, who are anti-war. That's who the real extremists in this country are.
Indicated that the problem in the military is in fact wokeism. And they may be going after woke generals or things like that, which really means they will be going after trans people. But also I think it's very concerning when we talk about what we should look forward to with the Trump administration, how they're going to combat extremism from the military. One of Trump's main program platforms on his 20-point program for his presidency, one of them was deporting pro-Hamas terrorists. And so, of course, we know that the Trump administration, when they say pro-Hamas, they really just mean pro-Palestine. This, I guess, brings me to the point that the military, as we've been discussing, really transforms people. In a lot of ways, it can tend to transform people in extremely negative ways. But a lot of times, people's military experience puts them in a positive direction and causes them to reject the violence that they were a part of, which is what we've been seeing the past year through the Gaza genocide, where large numbers of service members have been quitting the military, both publicly and privately, have been taking part in demonstrations to try to protest the U.S. role in it, and taking other really dramatic and heroic actions in that regard. And those are the kinds of people that Donald Trump and Hegseth and others who are going to be a part of the administration identify as extremists, when the real threat of right-wing extremism is going to go, of course, completely ignored, because that's really the base of the incoming administration.
Finally, Mike Preisner, a recent Guardian report headlined "Trump Pick a Threat to U.S. Military's Counter-Extremism Effort." Experts warned, quote, Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump's embattled choice for Secretary of Defense, will struggle to handle the serious.
Also, I would say winner of the worst tattoos. Worst tattooed man.
Problem of extremism in the U.S. military due to his own far-right political views, experts in the subject have warned. The piece quotes Christopher Goldsmith, an Iraq War veteran, CEO of the nonprofit watchdog Task Force Butler, saying, quote, I think it's going to be an absolute disaster. Pete Hegseth is a domestic extremist, he said. The Guardian goes on to note, quote, Hegseth, an Iraq and Afghan war veteran, was barred from attending Joe Biden's 2021 inauguration after a fellow National Guardsman accused him of being an insider threat and an extremist with problematic tattoos. Mike Preisner, your final comments.
Yeah, well, we are in a tumultuous time in America, both...
Kathleen Bellou's book, Bring the War Home, covers the history of the concerted effort of white supremacist groups to recruit from the military starting during the Vietnam War. Yeah. And, one reason that white supremacist groups, extremist groups are successful with recruiting from the military is because they're recruiting people who feel very disillusioned, right? They're very angry at their government. They're very, they are traumatized. They are, struggling, and they are vulnerable. And so, unfortunately, they will turn their anger in the wrong direction, the wrong type of groups that appeal to them, that bring them into the fold. But it's a big problem, and it's been going on for a long time.
A time of heightened political violence,
so much,
and a time of growing despair and growing inequality in this country. The military, being a cross-section of U.S. society, experiences those things as well. And in that moment, there are going to be numbers of people in the military and veterans who are going to gravitate towards right-wing organizations and go the path that Hegseth went. There's going to be people who do the opposite, and there's going to be people that just turn inward into self-destruction and despair. And so that's why I think it's very important for progressive-minded people, to realize that there is a role we can play in reaching out to people who are in the military, who can go down a different path, and could go down the path of the many heroic service members who have taken a stand, who have quit the military, and who have used their experiences as a force for good in this world. And getting back to this main issue of that, we have these deep-rooted problems in our society that give rise to these incidents of mass violence. Service members and veterans, instead of being a number one mass casualty offender, so many of them can actually be a part of changing society and getting to the root of those issues and moving society forward, as they have historically in the past. Vietnam veterans leading the struggle against the Vietnam War, Iraq veterans leading the struggle against the Iraq War, and in both those incidents being decisive factors in those wars coming to an end. We have much bigger problems to address in society. Service members and veterans can very much be a part of solving them, and it's very much needed that we foster that among progressive people, because there is clearly a faction on the right wing that is very much already doing that and taking advantage of that, and of course is entering the highest seats of power with people like Hegseth.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers.
Yeah, Mike is awesome. Isn't he married to what's her Abby Martin, right? Yeah, they seem like an awesome couple. The type of people who would have to be married to someone like the person that they are married to. Also, highly recommend a book called Gangsters of Capitalism that follows one Marine and the overseas American invasion from Cuba to Shanghai in the late 1920s. I've learned a lot of really cool things. Well, 2025, we're all about reading books. We are reading books. Sejong Simp, thank you for the 12 months. All right, let's watch this AP investigation report.
On a farm in North Carolina, an Army National Guard member prepared for an impending battle.
We were that much closer to an inevitable war. Is this something that you want to have for, say, a small militia? Yes. Absolutely. Start.
I don't know how many times we called the FBI that this man is building landmines in his home.
It's going to be biblically epic. In 2010, I came home after my second deployment to Iraq.
Oh, wait. Do we have a channel in the Discord for book recommendations? Because I know people are always throwing them in the chat. Or I'll say, like, something that I'm reading. But do we have, like, a specific channel for, like, that? Anybody? We do have a books channel, okay. Yeah. I know we've talked about the book club that we're going to start that we're still working on.
I realized that we were suffering from the very same disease that the Iraqis were plagued by, and that was tribalism. And I knew that was going to lead to a war.
Chris Arthur, also known as Kit, feared the U.S. was about to descend into chaos.
A formidable opponent.
It was a growing concern he posted about on YouTube, along with conspiracy theories.
Nancy Pelosi was part of the damn deep state. Take the bad guy out through a snatch and grab, hold him accountable, have him publicly tried, and then have him executed.
After 2 tours in Iraq, the former Army sergeant joined the North Carolina National Guard. He later founded Tackleberry Solutions to teach wartime tactics on the home front.
We got inspiration from our Heavenly Father that what I needed to really focus on was the pending war. Knowledge is the only thing that's going to get you through what's coming.
One of his customers was Joshua Blessed, a 58-year-old Virginia trucker and former security guard.
You will get another blessing from Yahweh called heavenly.
Blessed traveled to North Carolina to train with Arthur.
I got the impression that he was really concerned about the future of our country, but his focus was China and Russia. My husband took one look at him and was like, look, you're not a soldier. If you've got a war going on, I can show you how to unite your community and keep people alive. They spent a lot of times out in the woods. He was teaching them how to build fires.
Weeks after visiting Arthur's farm, Blessed put his newly learned skills to use. In May 2020, police in upstate New York pulled Blessed's semi-truck over for speeding. But shortly after, Blessed took off, leading to a high-speed chase with dozens of officers.
Oh, shots are fired.
Blessed was killed during the fierce gun battle.
So he took multiple shots.
Inside his truck, police found a pistol and a thumb drive containing military training manuals from Arthur's company. They also found pipe bombs and other weapons in Blessed's home and car.
Oh, man. What's up, man? You Michael? I am. Get Arthur. Nice to meet you. Good to meet you.
A year after the shooting in New York, Arthur was approached by an FBI informant posing as a client. They discussed how to prepare for a battle with federal agents.
We can go lethal or non-lethal, and that depends on you. The sky's the limit.
Arthur's wife had concerns about their new client.
I asked my husband, and I was like, okay, so is he an informant or not? My husband was like, I'm not too worried about it because we haven't done anything wrong. We had our disclaimer that you weren't going to use this knowledge to hurt anybody, and that included federal agents.
But Arthur himself had said otherwise.
You're dealing with a bunch of freaking kids now.
This is the AP investigation from about a month ago that looked at growing extremism in the U.S. military. So they're focusing on one particular story right now.
They're working as cops and they don't have a damn clue what war really looks like. You're going to have to take those dudes out. It's just a fact of life.
His videos and the recordings from the FBI informant were shown as evidence during his trial for assisting in the attempted murder of federal agents. The Associated Press found that Arthur is among more than 480 people with a military background accused of extremist crimes since 2017, including the more than 230 arrested in connection with the January 6th insurrection. While the number of people involved represents a fraction of active military and veterans, researchers say their involvement had a common trait.
The big key characteristic of plots with folks with military backgrounds is they tend to veer towards the extreme violence end of the spectrum.
According to data compiled by the University of Maryland's Counterterrorism Center, START, the number of cases involving military-trained extremists began a sharp rise about 7 years ago.
2017, of course, is probably most famously known as the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, which turned deadly. That seems to be the year where these groups and movements seem to be emboldened by especially the rhetoric of the former president, and they started to become more active.
Most extremists in the database with a military background identified with anti-government, white supremacist, or other far-right ideologies.
Less than 5% of the cases that we've tracked are individuals that are clearly radicalized before getting into the military. So what we have found is that this is primarily a problem in the veteran community, not the active service community.
But concerns were raised while Chris Arthur was in the National Guard. Ben Powell was previously married to Amy Arthur, and their 2 children were being raised on the Arthur farm.
My children were involved in a lot of his videos.
If we were useful tools, we could help take care of his kids and the farm so he can go focus on doing what he really cared about, which was the militia stuff.
I work for Department of Defense. That's kind of what I'm supposed to do is report if there's issues, especially if it's an inside threat.
Powell, a private contractor for the military, says he warned military, federal, and local authorities about Arthur more than a dozen times starting in 2017.
We called the ATF, we called the FBI, we started making contact with everybody. I had even called his military command and said, hey, you guys need to do something before somebody gets hurt. He's talking about killing cops, he's talking about killing the FBI.
The FBI would not comment on why Arthur was not investigated until after Blessed's attack. And in an email to the AP, the North Carolina National Guard confirmed that no disciplinary action was taken against Arthur while he was with the Guard. In the aftermath of the insurrection, the Pentagon announced it was actively taking steps to address extremism in the military and created a countering extremism working group. In December 2021, the group provided a series of recommendations including clearer language defining an extremist and what's prohibited under the military's ban on extremist activity. But how they are being implemented remains unclear.
All signs point to that after the working group provided the recommendations that things kind of stalled and sputtered out a bit.
A defense official told the AP the department is continuing its efforts to address the negative and divisive influence of extremist activities within the total force. Chris Arthur was sentenced to 25 years in prison for illegal possession of explosives and guns and for teaching how to make bombs to kill federal agents. In a message from prison to the AP, he remains steadfast that he did what was necessary.
Yeah, it is. It's sad. Like, it is sad to see people who are so traumatized and just their psychological and physical damage that they have endured, and how that can lead itself down this dangerous path of radicalization. People who have been preyed upon, who have been failed, who have been who have been told, like, if you do this, then your life will be great, and it's anything but. And how the military is responsible for the damage that is done to these people, and then is also responsible for, like, not doing anything about the growing extremism and radicalization within their ranks and with ex-members. Yeah, he was failed by the military, could have gotten help on. Right. And the fact that, like, there are always signs. And there are people and organizations that are dedicated to, like, identifying these signs and members, veterans who are exhibiting dangerous signs and then just being completely fucking ignored. It's very sad. All right, I have I thought I had another video that I wanted to watch. I did want to watch this video about
there are also new details this morning of the
Okay, we'll watch this and then we'll move on to the next thing.
Most tragic sort about the victims of this terror attack. Among the 15 people dead, a father of 2 and a teenage girl set to report to nursing school in just a couple weeks. Omar Villafranca has more on their stories, and he joins us now. Omar, good morning.
Good morning. More than 20 of the victims are being treated here at UMC Hospital after a night of celebration turned into a nightmare for people just trying to ring in the new year. And this morning, we're learning more about the people who never made it home.
New Year's celebrations on Bourbon Street ended in carnage, leaving 15 people dead and dozens injured. Among the deceased victims, 27-year-old Nicole Perez, a manager at a deli market. Her friend and boss...
I've been a reservist with the military for 8 years. We're required to take a course every year on insider threats, but they always focus on insider threats acting on behalf of foreign adversaries. I've never received training through the military on spotting homegrown extremism. Yeah, that's why I think, like, with the news of the New Orleans truck attack, when, you know, there was the ISIS connection, they were looking for like, you know, outside allies. They were looking into it as like, oh, well, he went to Egypt last year for a period of time. Because of course the insistence is going to be that people on the inside are acting on behalf of those on the outside. They don't want to at all say that like the call is coming from inside the house, because the house, aka the US military, is what leads to the radicalization and extremism, or, you know, worsens it.
Described Bettis as hardworking and a great mother, leaving behind a 4-year-old son. 37-year-old father of 2, Reggie Hunter, was also killed.
His whole life ahead of him. Whole life ahead of him.
We spoke with his cousin Sherelle Robinson Jackson.
Man, it's just, it's so awful. It is so awful. And I have also been to Bourbon Street a million times, and people are just like Bourbon Street is synonymous with just having a great time, right? You're walking around, you're listening to the music in the streets. There's all this activity everywhere. People are drinking like it was the new year. It was, I mean, it's, you know, this attack anywhere is horrifying, but with where it took place, where it is like so in the intention being to target people who are like having a really, really great time, because that is what you do on Bourbon Street. You get drunk, you walk around, people throw beads. Like it is an area of this country that the sole purpose is to party, right? Is to celebrate.
Who says he was
Crockett,
a dedicated father and always good for a laugh.
This hurts. This is terrible. And like, we want as much justice for him as we possibly can get.
21-year-old Hubert Gothrow was also killed. His former high school confirmed his death on Facebook in what it called a senseless act of violence. Kareem Badawi's father shared his grief over the death of his son on social media. He was a student at the University of Alabama. The school's president called Badawi's death a heartbreaking loss. Matthew Tenedorio's cousin paid tribute to the 25-year-old in a post online describing how he gave the best hugs and had the biggest smile when he walked into the room. 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dido's mother described her as loving and sweet. And 27-year-old Tiger Besh, a former Princeton football player whose family says he was an amazing kid who left at the top of the world.
We still don't know the identity of 8 of the victims, but we do know there has been an outpouring of love and support for the families who in 2025 are going through the unimaginable right now. Tony?
Yeah, we know there were mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, and all of them loved by family somewhere. Omar, thank you very much.
Ugh, just so extra sickening to do it on January 1st, right? Like the start of the year when a time that symbolizes refreshment and change, and also just like people just celebrating, like new beginnings. Ugh, I know. Well, all right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. My friend who lives in New Orleans, I texted her just because I was like, I didn't even think about it, but when we were still waiting on, they didn't know the identities of the people who died. And I was like, oh my God, Teresa lives in New Orleans. Like, she's always on Bourbon Street, especially with it being New Year's, then maybe she was there. And so I texted her to make sure. that she was okay, and she's like, yeah, it's just the entire city just feels so it feels awful. And of course, though, they were like, hey, don't worry, still gonna have football, don't worry. To all the tourists, please still come. Gotta make sure that we have our football. I know, the fucking Sugar Bowl. I know. All right, you guys. Let's do... I'm like, do I bring out the Actors Round Table? Do we do it? Do we watch mothers gather around and talk about acting, shall we? Give something a little more lighthearted. Oh, actually, before we get to that, wait, I wanted to show one thing. Did I not save it? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I don't have it. I thought I saved this somewhere. Hi from France, everyone. Bonjour. Bonjour. Maybe I don't have it. But anyway, I saw this tweet that was a compilation of male actors who have been either convicted or seriously accused of abuse wearing pink. So one thing that I am like, nah, we're not doing that in 2025. We are not doing any feminist pandering, okay? We're not letting these big men who are abusive pieces of shit wear pink in a way to be like, I'm soft. I'm for the ladies. I'm a man who cares about women. No. I'm going to feel really sussed out if I see a male actor who is wearing pink to send the message of like, men can wear pink too, because men can wear pink, but there has been an alarming trend of men whose PR teams, because don't forget that all these celebrities have PR teams, okay? They dictate everything that they do and say. And one strategy for men who are either who are facing allegations, or like a Jonathan Majors has literally been convicted, is to wear pink, because pink means you're a feminist. Pink as a man means you respect women. You respect women. You would never hurt women. And in fact, you respect women so much, we're going to give you an award. We are going to give you an award for being a man who respects women. PR companies just need to go to jail. I mean, these PR companies that run their businesses with just being completely devoid of any humanity whatsoever. Because for good or for bad, like, celebrities rely on their image. It is so important. So their PR teams, they spend a lot of money. They pay people to either make them look really good or make someone else look really bad. But yes, they are literally propaganda machines. It's not always bad propaganda, but like, one thing that they'll do a lot is, if, let's say, I don't know, some major media publication, some major media outlet wants to get an interview or wants to have access. That's what they do. They sell access. So they're like, oh, you want access to my client? Well, here's what you're going to do. Okay. You're going to write this story, or somewhere in the pages is going to be a positive story about my client, and then you shall be granted access. Or if somebody writes something that's not so flattering or does, whatever, then they'll be threatened. They'll be like, oh, we are now, you've been cut off from my client if you don't remove the story, or if you do not write something that is going to drown this story out and in favor of this new, very pleasant, very positive story. Honestly, the men who wore the tough men wear pink shirts always rubbed me the wrong way. Just like, wear a pink shirt, dude. Yeah, it's like, stop making everything be I'm a man, but I wear pink. It's like, no, you can just wear pink. Just fucking wear pink. You want to paint your nails? Paint your fucking nails, okay? Don't make this whole thing of like, because I'm a feminist, because I'm deconstructing male toxicity. I'm so fucking over it. I mean, that was like Justin Baldoni and Jonathan Majors, to name two examples. That's like, that was their whole thing, is that they were two men who were breaking down toxic masculinity, who were using their voices as men with power and privilege to be these great feminist allies. Women run PR campaigns against men too. It's not a one-way street. Oh. Let me guess. You think Johnny Depp and Amber Heard did mutual abuse? Yeah, literally no one in this conversation right now ever said it was a one-way street. No. Here we go. Let them do the not all men. Let them do it. Let them do not all men. Women can be abusers too. Hi, excuse me. I don't appreciate that when in this conversation about male abusers, which is the majority, that is who is the main propagators, the abusers in this country and in this world. We need to talk about though how it's not a one-way street. I got to make sure to mention that. Yeah. Because when we talk about a problem that is endemic to our culture, to our world, then it's, hold on. But let's talk about how women are bad. Let's make sure that the emphasis is on that as well. Yeah, it's about time that men finally get a win. You know what? I wish every time somebody did the meme that they do the like, but women or not all men. We need like something. We need, I don't know. We need like a cookie emote, because the whole thing is it's often like, I want a cookie. I want a cookie for not being a bad man, or there's got to be something that's the equivalent to that for but women. But what about women? Yeah, maybe a slow clap, something like that. Yeah, maybe a good boy emote. Something like that. Lead with empathy? How about you lead with menathy? What? Me, Grozy, thank you for the tier 1. Crockett, thank you for the 12 months. What I just have to say is as I get older, just in life, and also as a streamer, I am entering into my I'm 32, so I'll be 33 this year. I have less and less giving a fuck. So obviously, as a streamer who aims to educate, to talk about things that I think are important, to have these conversations, I do always operate from a place of like calm and patience. But let me be clear that that's not the same thing as giving a fuck. So one thing I have decided going into 2025 and as I continue into my 30s is my fucks to give are getting less and less and less. Yeah. Some chatters lose the good faith very quickly. And I am a woman. I'm a woman. And I talk about women's issues. I talk about, I cover a lot of stories that highlight the abuse of women, that highlight the, power dynamics where often women are on the not having power end. And I am not going, I do not care. I do not care to cater at all to give a fuck about men who hold up the stop sign. Because I am Caroline from Women, okay? So let me just be very clear about that. Caroline from Women doesn't give a fuck about your individual feelings. Okay? And I will continue to be a patient educator, as patient as I can be. And I will continue to, do my best to help people understand these, understand these things we know to be true, these realities, these problems. But please do not confuse that with me catering to, if you are a man, your individual feelings. I do not care. Okay, so that being said, let's watch the Actress Roundtable. Actress Roundtable with Angelina Jolie, Demi Moore, Zendaya, Zoe Saldana, Mikey Madison, and Tilda Swinton. So glad to have you as our president. Okay. Thank you for the 5 community subs. Especially when we were constantly told to smile, be nice, not rock the boat. Oh yeah. I have spent so much of my life trying to be pleasant and worrying about the way that I came off, worrying about the words that I said. And as somebody who just has anxiety over that, that's not going away. But as it relates to me always checking myself, because as a woman, I worry that I'll come across as a bitch, that I will, I don't want people to think that I am unpleasant. Like I'm so getting over that. It is so exhausting. It is so exhausting. And I see the men in my life not act that way, not worry about the things that I worry about, because it hasn't been ingrained in them that, if you come across as a bitch, if you come across as difficult, then it's over for you. Yeah. Haas what? Yeah, seriously. Like, the way I see Will and Hassan and other guys act, where I'm like, I know that they have not spent their 30-something years thinking about how they're being perceived, like seeing themselves through the lens of, well, how do the how am I seen? How am I coming across? And, women, we so often are viewed through a male lens, as it determines our looks, our beauty, our value, and, what we need to change. Well, come on, Hassan admits he's super insecure. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That is not the same thing. Being insecure. Everybody is insecure. You know what I'm talking about. Do you think that Hassan Piker yells at chatters? Do you think that he is loud and opinionated and worries like, am I going to come across, are men going to think that I'm mean and therefore like this is going to hurt my career? No. And I'm telling you, I have had so many conversations with Will where I'll ask him like, hey, you know, if you're in this, like, how do you feel about this? Or have you ever, you know, thought about these things? And no, because that is a major difference with how men operate in this world and how women are taught to operate in this world. Yes, Caroline is talking about society norms in our current construct. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. The same things that a man is praised for, that is considered like good and normal and fine for a man, is something that a woman will be criticized for, is something a woman is socialized in believing that is bad behavior. Like, we are punished for it. They do not have to censor themselves or second guess that first second. I'm seen as an asshole, a bitch, etc. for the same things a man would be called brave, elite for. Yes. And then, of course, when you add in the factor of race, you know, that, you know, it changes things. Of course, a white man is going to move through this world in a way that a black man will never be able to. But, you know, we're talking about just the male gender per societal societal norms and expectations, etc. Wait, oh my God, you're so fast with it. You're so fast with it. Oh yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Hassan just had a conversation with Chad about how he's not going to stop being blunt because cause it gets him some trouble. I know what you're saying. Yeah. So, you know, anyway. Anywho, I would like to clear the air and say that I would put my life on the line for Zendaya. Oh, yeah. Duh. Absolutely. Yeah. You know what the funny thing, too, is whenever I'm talking about men and I use examples of men who I know, like often I use the example of Will, or Hassan, or just like men who I know you guys know, right? And men who I know. I think some chatters get a little weird, and I think they feel like I'm attacking those men that they feel a real affection for. And first of all, stop. Stop it. Second of all, I think if you actually listen to what I'm saying, you'll see that me using them as examples actually aligns with the message that I am trying to impart. That this is not me denigrating them. This is me talking about how they are both male content creators, so you have a lot of experience with them and you see the way that they the way that they talk, and I am using that as one example because those are guys that that most of us know. The point isn't that men should have to worry about those things, but that women do and shouldn't. Exactly. Yes. Right. Exactly. Like and like when it comes to physical safety, I don't want men to feel that they have to worry about their physical safety when they're walking around at night because another man is going to like sexually assault them and maybe kill them. But that is something that women have to worry about, right? That is something where, a Hassan and a Will, they don't have the physical worries. They don't have the worries about their physical safety, and men in general, right? That women do. People are too quick to defend when there's no malice. LOL, I'm a Hasanabi head for sure, but I'm fully aware of what you're saying. I only scored 36 on the autism test, though. Congratulations, or I'm sorry about that. I grew up a man. Gasp. I'm MB. Been called out for something mean when I wasn't, but one instance where my own experience doesn't minus from what's happening as a whole. So there's no reason for me to say, but me and my experience to take away from what the system does to women. Yeah, right. Like it's about, we're talking about systemic issues and societal norms and expectations versus like an individual experience. I think I told the story one time about how like we were doing game night and Will was really fucking intense. Okay, I'm competitive too. Like we're all competitive, but there was a girl who was playing in this group, and she like it was too much for her, and he was like way too aggro. He didn't understand because he wasn't like reading her body language or anything, and so I took him aside and I was like, you. Yeah, Pokemon. No, it was not. It was not the it was not the Among Us incident. No. No, it was not. It was an IRL playing games. I think we were playing Secret Hiller or something like that, and I basically pulled him aside and I was like, "Hey, it's too much." And he was like, "What? But like that's how you play this game." I go, "I know, but you are like being really like you feel you're coming across as like really imposing, and it's just like this is something I've talked about before where Will always has the best intentions, right? He's a great dude, but he is as a man often not aware of how his just of whether he's walking on the sidewalk behind a woman who, and he's got his hood up and he's got his headphones on, and he's, I was like, you always have to be aware of your proximity, and like she's probably doing one of these, especially if it's at night and you're like coming back from the gym type of thing, or if like we're in a group setting and women just, if they're feeling like they're getting shouted over, that they're like, people are being really aggressive towards them, like this girl was feeling. I said, Will, you are very loud. I'm not saying that's like a bad thing, but you're very strong in your vocal capabilities, and you are very smart. So when you play games, you can be very, wage psychological warfare. And like, I'm not saying that you like can't play like the way that you do. And yeah, Secret Hiller gets really intense, but I'm like, but you gotta read, you just gotta be able to read a situation better. And so, these are just examples that I use of like, Will is a great guy. It has nothing to do with him not being a great guy, but he's a man. And there are times that I have to be like, man, I need you to, yeah, let's be mindful. Okay. let's be aware. Let's be mindful. I've had this conversation with many female streamers that they'll feel like if they are in a room or in a stream with male streamers that they can't do anything, that they cannot get a word in, that they are getting shouted over, that if it's like a big group streaming thing, that they just cannot win. They cannot, like, you don't want to try to compete with the dudes who are center stage, who are very loud and funny and, love having the spotlight on them. Not that like we all don't love having the spotlight. We're streamers, but it is something that it happens all the time. It happens all the time. And I know it's not just women in those situations where they feel shouted down. Like I've talked to other men who feel shouted down from the men, where if you just don't have if you just can't compete, then you can't compete. I've turned off streams because I'm noticing that energy and it's just like eek. Yeah, and that's the thing. If you are just not big enough. Not, I mean, like physically, like your physical presence, how loud you can be, the, you know, the energy of like a bunch of really gregarious dudes being together, then you just cannot, nobody wants to try to fight for the camera, you know, fight for the spotlight in a big, in a setting like that. Ever since I transitioned and I'm now passing, I've become so aware of how I act around women. Took a little getting used to. Yeah, I bet that has been an experience. Anyway, I say all these things because I am a woman, because my lived experience is that of a woman. I am in this industry. I try to advocate for women in this industry, but also just women in general. And I'm always going to do that. So I'm not here, like my focus is never going to be as an advocate for like solely, you know, focused on, well, I need to make sure that I am advocating for men. Of course I talk about the importance of men, you know, in I don't know, whatever, like there are certain issues where I'm like for instance, the sexual assault of men being taken seriously, that type of thing. But like when it comes to just my overall, like what I care about, what like I am, you know, the perspective that I'm bringing to things, and what I am going to be more of an expert in is issues that affect women. It's okay for each streamer to prioritize how they can reach their audience the best to make an impact. Right, exactly. And so, yeah. You guys, I cannot tell you that what Saoirse Ronan did during that Graham Norton episode, I do this all the time now. When I don't know how to like end something, whatever emotions I'm feeling, this is so iconic to me when she was just like, yep, well, it is one thing from 2025 or from 2024 that I am taking into 2025 and beyond. All right. Okie dokie. Here we go.
I get too nervous to reach out and be like,
okay, I have to pee, so I'm going to leave you guys.
You know? And in truth, it's a real gift. If there's any kind of experience, strength, and hope that you have that you could actually impart to someone, so reach out, always.
Oh, I will. I'm getting everybody's contact information after this.
And we'll help you set up the bakery.
Yes. Yes. You do baking, and then you do pottery, and then you act as well.
You would think I could help you with the pottery, but unfortunately, I cannot.
Okay, okay. I just got that. Yeah.
Clothes items.
Yes, that's what I was joking about. That's what I was joking about.
That's the right.
Welcome to the Hollywood Reporter Actress Roundtable. We have a remarkable group of actresses with us here today. Let's dive in. I guess, show of hands, who here has ever signed on for a role that you were really excited about and then gone home and thought, what have I just done? Yeah, Zoe?
Yeah. I think,
which role?
more oftentimes than not. The series that I'm doing right now, Lioness.
Oh, also, just the plan for the stream, I will do this, and then we will do gaming.
Which was a show that was very dialogue heavy, and I wanted to challenge myself and sort of like a
oh my god, not the Club Chalamet copy pasta, please.
My dyslexia and my anxiety by taking on a character that really was you know, commanding with a lot of dialogue. And the moment I said yes, I went home and I looked at my partner and I was like, I don't think I can do this. And then obviously the next day was just, you know, roll your sleeves up and just, you know, create all the tools that you need to get there.
Can anybody
but it was
relate to
really
that?
nerve-wracking.
I don't think I've ever done that, but I do remember the first film I made when it was the second film that I made, but I was in every shot of it. I remember
Wait, is Tilda saying that about, like, I don't think I've ever said to my partner that I didn't think I could do a role? Because if so, I am loving that energy. She's like, no, you know what? I've never doubted myself.
Home after one night's shooting and lying in the bath and trying to plan how I would break into the British Film Institute, which was making the film, to seize the dailies and destroy them.
My love for you just grew.
It's about jumping in first. I see.
Which is the street in London. I was figuring out, there'll be a night watch.
I see. I will say Tilda does give off the energy of someone who's like, no, I've never doubted myself. Which, you know, doubt is obviously it's very commonplace, especially when you are in the creative fields. Like, it's, you know, to be an artist is to really have self-doubt all the time.
Watchman, what could I do to distract him? I was really going down that line.
But why? Did you want to see the daily?
I know. Why? I think, to be honest, I just couldn't imagine.
I think Zendaya's mainly competing for challengers.
I was in every frame was going to be anything other than unbearable. And there was no, the first film I was in, I wasn't in every frame, and there were lots of other people, and I was always interested in seeing their scenes play out. I would go and watch them work. But when you're in every shot, it's difficult to imagine. I mean, whenever I see a film that I'm in, for the first few times I see it, my face is kind of fuzzed out like on those police videos, and then slowly, like the third screening, I'll go, oh yeah, it's
I
you.
bet, thank you for the 5 months.
Does anybody relate to that?
I mean, I think the first few times watching it through, it's always a little bit of the dissecting of what you've done, what you could have done, to then step back and be able to then really take in the whole, let go of your own ego, attachment to what other people think. Where you can then really kind of embrace. But even now, can you watch yourself? Can you
I don't mind
I cannot
looking
watch
at
myself.
I find it very hard to hear myself.
I can't watch I can't.
I don't like hearing myself.
Same.
I don't.
No,
I don't
I'd rather
like.
watch
You have
myself
such a
than
beautiful voice. That's so interesting.
Is there anybody who likes to hear and watch themselves? I'm so serious, because it really seems to be that every person is like, oh my God, no, I cannot. I simply, maybe Elon Musk, Adrian Dittman, excuse me.
Would you rather, if you had a choice, would you rather watch yourself silent or hear your voice?
I don't like either. I really have trouble watching myself too. I don't. There's many films I've never seen. There's things I don't. I can never watch dailies. I don't enjoy watching myself.
There's films you haven't seen.
Yeah.
Wow.
Has the substance actually been picking up steam? Aria Awards went to too much.
Aren't you tempted?
No, because I don't know. I
think it's a
like
little too early to
we
tell.
all probably have more discomfort with the presentation of self.
See how
as
it does
much
with the
as I love
globes.
the work. I love the process. I don't want to think about what I look or sound like, or else I don't know if I'd be as free.
Yeah,
exactly.
And then I think once it's over, I do want an audience to connect, but I don't. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Do you feel the same way over the films that you've directed versus the ones that you've performed in?
No, I'm better when I'm not in it. Yeah.
You can sort of separate and watch your work objectively, right? When you directed versus
Yes.
Zendaya, what are you thinking as you're hearing this? You've been quietly listening.
It's so interesting because, like I said, I'm such a fan of everyone here. So now I'm just like, I'm just taking it in, and sometimes it's hard to go, oh, I should speak too, but because I want to ask a lot of questions. But yeah, I find, for me at least,
saying that you're the 16
I'm a very self-conscious person.
She
like
is their
everything
daughter.
I do, I'm very self-critical, and I find that being on a set is one of the few places that I just don't judge myself.
Wow.
And I can just be super free, 'cause I'm like, wait, it's not me. Like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't make that decision. I'm not that, like, I can just exist in this person, and I feel almost like, while still very attached to them, also detached to them. So like, I feel like, I love when a director's like, hey, come here and just point something out, and I don't mind watching myself because I'm like, it's not me. You know what I mean? It's like this weird thing, and I don't actually ever get weird about it until I go, oh, people are gonna see this. That's when, like, once it's like time to promote something and actually like, I'm like, oh, now I'm self-conscious about the work that I just made. But up until this point, I was like, just in my little bubble of like creative freedom. And it's not until you realize like, oh, this
truly
won't
the
belong to just
opposite of
me
method.
forever. Like the world will consume it at some point, that you start my head starts going. So I like living in that little creative pocket.
That's a really beautiful way that you're holding that.
Holding space.
I think it's a very evolved place to be in, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is, because I think it takes a lot to get past that part where we are able to not be self-conscious.
Yeah.
I think that is a real gift. I'm going to just take that little gem too.
But it's also what you're speaking to is when you look at yourself on a monitor, or even in the film eventually, it's not just not you, it's not yours, because it's the light, it's the makeup, it's the costume, it's the design. I remember once, years and years ago, the second film when I was in every frame, and I remember like in week 10 thinking, I want a little bit of praise. Where am I going to get it from? But I was too proud to ask anybody for any praise. So I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll ask the editor. I'll ask him which is his favourite shot in the movie so far, because I'm in 99%. Likely that I might get it. And so I went to the editor and I said, what's your favourite shot? And he said, oh, that's really hard. There's that shot, close up of you, and then this, I'm thinking, I'm in with a chance. He finally said, yeah, I think I got it. It's this close up of you in this moment. I don't know how he did it. Wow. And it was genius. It like cured me in that moment. I thought, yeah.
This is the same energy as me being like, so how would you guys describe my stream? It's me being like, so like, I don't know, do you guys get what I'm trying to do here as a streamer?
He's right. How did the cinematographer do that? How did the cinematographer frame it and light it? Correct. Not actually much to do with me at all. So I never asked for any praise ever again. It like cured me completely. And that's what you're speaking to. Because you look in the monitor and you go, well done, everybody. And you're in there somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's not just you. So it's such a collective thing.
Absolutely. Well, you truly are like an amalgamation of like all these genius people's ideas. I mean, that's what we were just talking about with directing, because I would love to direct one day, and you've been able to do it and in a beautiful way, and something that makes me so nervous is that. And she was like, but there's people to help you. Like there's these gorgeous team of people that we get to work with that create, I think, just as much as we do the characters that we play. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Mikey, when I think about having a lack of self-consciousness on set, I think about the opening scenes in Nora where you're in this nightclub, and as I understand it in the script, there was not a lot of direction for you, right? You were just told to go up and approach customers, potential customers. Can you talk a little bit about what that was like?
Yeah, so all of that is improvised. Sean created an entirely live set. So there's music blasting, a DJ's playing, there's my coworkers all over the club, men everywhere. And Sean shot it on a long lens, so he was in the corner of the club, and he would just follow me around, picking up men, talking to people, talking to my coworkers, trying to get guys to come to the back room and get a dance with me. So we just shot 30 minutes straight of that, and then whittled it down to a couple minutes of the film, which is the introduction into Annie and who she is.
It's a great intro.
It's so
incredible. It's an incredible intro.
It's such a wonderful intro. And that's exactly what we get, is that absolute, you're so entrenched, you're so embedded in the world of it. You don't for a second not believe that. It's really wonderful what you're doing in the film.
Absolutely.
You should be very proud.
Talking with the consultants was the most important part of the preparation. I think it's just understanding how psychological of a job it is to be a sex worker. It's not only physically demanding, but it's...
I wonder if she's freaking internally that all of them has seen her naked twerking. Honestly, that's like one group of people I wouldn't be freaking out about had seen me naked. Like that group of people, I'd be like, you know what? I'm honored.
Mentally demanding as well, because
I'm
you're
honored,
having
Angie,
to
that you've
walk
seen
up
me
to someone
naked
and
twerking.
immediately try to connect with them, try to, in that moment, understand what it is you can offer them, what kind of connection you guys can have together. And it's this instant, like, very intimate setting that you're in. And so I think it can be quite draining mentally. And then physically as well, you're on your feet all day, dancing in these really tall stilettos. And so I think it's just understanding the stamina that comes with that kind of profession. Being able to get to know the sex work community has been one of the most impactful things that's ever happened to me, because these people are just...
Having them done nude or topless scenes themselves, right? Angelina has, Demi has, Tilda has Zoe Saldana? I don't remember.
Incredible, and I have so much respect for what they do. And I think that the film would be completely different, and Annie would have been a completely different character if I hadn't have done any of that preparation.
Did you have a different idea of who they were before you had a chance to really get to know them as people?
I think I went into my research like very naively. I honestly knew very little about sex work and what that was like. And I had never been to a strip club before, so I knew I needed to dedicate a lot of time to that. But I was just able to get to know these women as people, like just woman to woman, and I've made a lot of incredible friends. Yeah.
Zoe, it was so fun to watch you dance in Amelia Perez.
Yes, by the way.
Thank you. What was it like to get back to dance?
Amelia Perez, terrible. Zoe Saldana is great. I mean, she is like super talented, and her performance, and oh, I forgot that's the movie. Yeah. She and Carla Sofia Gascon, they are great, but it's just the fucking movie,
Which is really how you began in this industry.
I felt like it was a true gift. I was given the opportunity to reconnect with parts of me that unconsciously I just left behind. And I was yearning. I was just yearning and missing them
Please
a lot.
ask about singing
As a New
Venus to
Yorker,
Vagina.
you know, I've been saying this a couple of times. You're born with jazz hands, and and then you spent like your whole life unjazzing your hands, because at any moment you're like, duh. But when you grow up in New York, you know, if your grandmother saves some money, then she'll buy some raffle tickets, you know, some tickets, and then she'll take you to the theater, or you'll go to Lincoln Center. And I remember being a child and walking by Lincoln Center, and she would go, look, 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 while she was like smoking her cigarette, like, one day you're going to be there. And I remember thinking, like, what is she saying? And then it's very beautiful when things come full circle. But I do believe that you do have to find a way to manifest them.
Do you think you manifested this role in some way?
I did. By really wanting it. I think that after a certain while, at least for myself, I fell into this pattern of being an autopilot.
What are your thoughts on accomplished actors like Lupita, Carey, Viola being excluded from this round table? None of them were in major films this year. I mean, I've talked in the past about how I think, like, oftentimes, you know, the like groupings of actors that they have in the various like Hollywood trade, what I don't know, cover stories. Like I have talked about the representation aspect before, but you do need to understand that, like, you don't just throw Kerry Washington into this actress roundtable because she has nothing to do with the films of this year.
constantly. And I was a part of really successful films that became franchises, and I have no regrets. They gave me so much. I worked with amazing people, but they're very time consuming. And this is all happening whilst I'm starting a family. So that desire to grow, to sort of shatter whatever glass ceiling I felt like I was falling under, was growing more and more, you know, as the years went by. And I wrote a list a couple of years before booking Emilia Perez. I wrote a list with.
I saw someone say Mary Jean-Baptiste should have been here. I would have loved to see. I haven't seen Hard Truths yet, but it is a drama-y film from this year. A lot of people say it's fucking amazing. A lot of praise for Mary Jean-Baptiste's role. So no, she's someone who I would have, you know, I think would have been a good addition to this roundtable.
My team, and I said, well, these are the top 5 directors that I would love to work with. And like, I think that Jack was in the top 3. He was always somebody that I loved. And I love the fact that Jack challenges me to question whether or not, you know, I have enough humanity when I look at people. You know, who do we consider redeemable? And Emilia Perez was this story with 4 women that are not perfect. They are damaged. They're products and they're victims of their
Isn't
environment.
there another roundtable for LA
But they're
Times?
making their own decisions, and they're on a quest for their most authentic freedom. I loved the fact that in the end, it's a very simple story, and it's just peppered with all this complexity of their environment and their choices. And you start out in the movie and you look at you know, Rita, and you're like, well, if you're a lawyer, you know damn well what's the difference between right and wrong. Why are you defending this criminal? And why are you going with Manitas? And why are you doing all these things? And
yeah, the LA Times, the envelope, their version of the roundtable is Saoirse Ronan, Cynthia Erivo, Kate Winslet, Demi Moore, Danielle Deadweiler, and Zoe Saldana.
You can't really look at a woman or a person this way. It's what does she want? She deserves to want something. She wants power. She wants success. She wants beauty. She wants money, and that's great. So once I inhabited sort of that,
and she wants to sing,
that body of hers, nothing was going to stand in my way. It was quite exciting to be in Rita's world, knowing that the unthinkable was about to happen. She was going to get this opportunity to break free from these chains, and she was never going to look back.
And dance and sing.
And dance and sing. That was like the icing on the cake. Yes.
From penis
it
to
was
vagina.
Amazing, and the rehearsals were grueling, and I welcomed it every single day.
Danny D is great in
dancing.
piano lesson.
Rita wasn't dancing. Rita was exploring, and Rita was thinking. And
I started
feeling.
watching piano lesson.
Those breaths of song and
so I have
dance
to watch
were
it
just her thoughts and her emotions. So once I think about it from that sort of perspective, I just needed to know that all those moves were going to be in my body so that I would not be limited by them, because they were not dance moves. They were just expression.
If I were to say the films here that I think the other actresses are most likely to have seen, I think Honora. I think I would not be surprised if all of them have watched Honora. Challengers, maybe. And then the top 3 films, I would put Challengers, The Substance, and Honora. Maria, The Room Next Door, and Emilia Perez, I would put in the bottom.
Expressions, exactly, and be able to blend.
I feel like
so many parts.
5
of
people have
Spanish
watched
is my
Maria,
first language,
including me,
and it's the language that I was sung to for the first time. All the lullabies. That's how my mother healed me. She made me. She cooked for me, loves me like in my language, and as I grew older, I felt like an imposter, living like a double agent, where. And behind closed doors, this is who I am, and outside, this is this other person because I am American. but I felt like my craft was really not getting the best of me because, I don't know, there's something really beautiful about being able to incorporate so many parts of you in what you do that makes it a much more thrilling experience, you know, to go through, and a much more passionate process for me. So it was a great gift.
Had you made other films in Spanish before?
I mean, I've said a couple of lines here and there, but never a Latina, you know? Yeah.
Must have been
How was it
extraordinary.
also then working with the director who essentially speaks French?
It was amazing. There's something really beautiful about Jack. This is not the first film that he does in a different language of his own. He's not limited by language. And it wasn't, you know, the set wasn't only a Spanish and a French set. There was a lot of English, there was a lot of Italian, there was a lot of any language that we needed to be able to communicate. But, you know, when you're synced with people,
yeah, it wasn't working.
A language is just, you know, one more tool. So that, it was a beautiful process.
Angelina, when we talk about singing as a tool, you spent 6 months learning to sing like Maria Callas. What did you learn about yourself in that process?
Oh, so much. I'm so happy to be here at this
Also,
table.
congratulations to Angelina. Her divorce with Brad Pitt is finalized. See ya. See ya, BP. You smelly armpit.
Talk to all of you. It's so nice. She's an artist. So it was the first time I'd played an artist. And so to have this discussion has been interesting because so much and your connection to your body, to your music is so exciting to see you do so many things that, you know, hadn't yet seen you do on screen, and very exciting as a fan to see that. I was really frightened because it's something I'd never done.
I also
and
just
I had
divorced
someone in
Brad
my
Pitt.
life say that I couldn't sing. You know, when you have someone, it could be anybody, but just someone, and it could be a passing, and somehow it had this effect. I didn't realize how much that had blocked me, and also I didn't realize how much. And I think singing or not, just as women and performers, I'd lost my voice. I didn't know my voice. I think I didn't understand how much life changes your voice, whether it be childbirth or death or someone you love or sickness or whatever it may be. But we hold things in our body, we change the way we are, and somewhere along the way, I'm 49 years old, somewhere along the way, I lost my voice. So it was such a gift to have these 7 months, to have someone hold my hand and help me take a deep breath and try to make sound again. And I didn't realize I could sing.
Anybody
And
gonna
I didn't
eat
know I
the
was a
snacks on the
soprano,
table?
which made no sense to me because I don't think I have that voice. And to discover opera, which is such a beautiful art form.
Yes,
and
shout out
one that I
opera.
felt somehow wasn't for me. I don't know why. I think there's certain things that maybe we think, whether it's a language, right? That this is a language that isn't for me. It's people who are raised here or more familiar with this, or it's very sophisticated or very, you know, and so I felt like I was able to learn about this world and make sounds in a different way and use my
Opera
body
singer here,
and
it's
my
amazing.
voice
I love opera.
in a different way. And if you haven't tried to sing opera, I recommend it to everyone because it's the only thing I've ever done where you have your full physical body, your full vocal.
What's your favorite opera?
And your full emotion. And we, especially as women, are very rarely allowed, asked, encouraged to give that.
Loki, I thought she was not good in Maria. I thought that she was great, but I just thought that there were limitations with the script and direction. I think it was a classic problem of the performer was committed, and man, can Angelina serve one of these. Anyway. You know, like that. Largo al factotum. Fabulous. Unfortunately, opera in the U.S. is dying from lack of state funding. Yeah. opera does, even just from like the going to the opera feels like a dying art, you know. Like my one kind of boomer take is, if you are going to the theater, if you are going to see a play, if you are going to the opera, if you are going to see a performance of any type, please dress up. You don't have to be in like, you know, Cher opera outfit that she was wearing in Moonstruck, but like the way to casualness of it, if you are going to go to see a live performance in the theater, like, have, you know, just do the thing where you at minimum just dress nicely, okay? Just it really, maybe it's not even that much of a boomer take, but dress to the nines. Yeah. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like your nicer daily wear at least. Yeah. Yeah, not the hoodie and jeans, or God forbid sweatpants. God forbid sweatpants. Do people not dress nice for the opera? They used to, but it's become this like casual thing. I don't know. I think there's like putting respect on the on the art form by like dressing nicely, not showing up and wearing your dirty shirt. You know, like, not the shirt with stains, please. Please. Please, you know, if you're gonna go, like, be fabulous. Be fabulous. Anyway, maybe that's a boomer take, but it's my boomer take.
To use our own.
Yeah, you should not be watching my stream unless you are in a tux or a ball gown, okay? If you are sitting there at home and you're wearing your sweatpants and you got your shirt with stains on, unacceptable. Change right now. True, I'm in a silk dress. See, that's what I'm talking about, okay? That's what I'm talking about. All right? Have respect for watching this stream, okay? And no, I'm not wearing sweatpants. Yes, I am.
With everything, our
All
full
of it.
power,
Yes,
all of it, all of it, with everything.
Wait, I wanna go back.
Asked, encouraged to give that.
To use our own voice.
With everything, our
All
full
of it.
power,
Yes,
all of it, all of it, with everything we've got, and not feel we are adjusting to the room, to our children, to a man, to society, to right.
Your PJs have Jacob from Twilight? Are they old PJs or did you get them recently?
Something along the way forms us, and we don't bust out with everything that we are, especially. So I felt like it was a gift, as you said, and Maria Callas is one of us. She was a woman and spent a lot of time in her process alone, which is why this is so lovely sitting here and realizing, thinking of her and being, she didn't have this table.
Yeah. Right.
A lot of women in the past didn't have this table, right? There weren't as many women doing certain things, and they didn't have a community in this way. And so important that, you know, I was also surprised I got here today. So many of us have been aware of each other we've never met.
It's a shirt that says, "Where have you been, Mocha?"
You know, really.
We don't have many opportunities to just actually connect
you missed
in
the
form of
Twilight marathon
community
on this
and
stream.
really, you know, just even reflect as artists or experience or process. It is a bit of it can be, let's say, a bit of an isolating experience.
It can.
Yeah.
You are encouraged to be isolated, right?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like it used to be that notion that you needed to always stay super hyper focused on your journey and not seek support, right? Or not lend support. And I feel like it's the most important thing.
But it's such a mirage, because
exactly.
It's not real. I mean, we all know how important our women friends are to us.
It's everything.
It's everything. And there's a sort of strange trapdoor in society that people kind of slip through. And they're not aware of it. I mean, men
So true.
give the impression that they're not aware of it. They also give the impression that they don't have the same kind of, collective feel together.
Yeah, because that's
their
gay.
affair, and they have to figure it out if it's true. It's probably not true, but
It's
at least
probably
there is
not.
a strange kind of myth around it. But this is a beautiful table. This is a beautiful moment. I mean, the glamour at this table, except for me, is beyond.
You are incredibly glamorous.
But let's imagine that, seriously, that this is, this must be encouraged.
Like, I'm just going to say this as a woman who has really, really great female friendships. I want men to have the connection with men that women have with women. Like, I want you dudes to have those types of friendships. I'm so serious. I cannot imagine my life without the women in my life, without the relationships with my sisters, without the relationships of my best friends from college, from high school, from after college, my years in LA.
You want us to all hate each other?
I will kill you.
Women on women, am I right?
Get out of here. Go inhale some of those toxic fumes. Please. Anyway. You know what? I want that for men, except for that man who I want to lock up in a room and fill it with farts. You know what? That probably wouldn't even bother him. Damn it, I have to come up with something better. Men are I will accompany my bros to the bathroom now. Yes. Start with that, okay? Start with that. But men connecting, yeah. Men connecting, and it's not over like being violent misogynists, okay? But like real human male connection. Oh God. What?
Baby No Money and I talk about our feelings.
You guys do talk about your feelings.
We do a lot.
Do you want to know what's interesting? That last time we were with Baby No Money and he clearly had feelings he needed to express and he was like, nah, it's okay. And you were like, no, dude, tell me.
Yeah.
And I could see that he was like, I can't because you're a man and I'm a man. And you were like, no, tell me something. What's on your mind? And so he needed that permission. He did. He needed that. He needed to be told, tell me how you are feeling, because I know that you are feeling things and you can tell me. It's good. So yeah, they do talk about their feelings. You also, you're a big feeling talker. Yeah. He goes, yeah. You know, I do be feeling shit. Men be feeling shit. And it is healthier for all of us. It is good for all of us when men talk about their feelings, when men can connect with other men in the emotional way that men will connect with women, right? Like your girlfriend, your mom is not the sole person. Like the woman in your life should not be like the only person that you will go to with things, that you will offload on, right? Like, come on, man. Yeah, true, Caroline, but isn't your boyfriend gay? Yeah, according to like half the internet. Fellas, is it gay to have feelings? You know what? If it's gay to have feelings, may we all be gay. May everyone be gay. You mean my girlfriend isn't also my therapist? The socialization is tough to overcome for a lot of guys. That's why I have a few male friends who get it, but most of my friends are women as a result. Look, I understand. I mean, I get it. I hear you. I totally hear you. That it's not that like it's not a problem of like, you know, individual men not wanting to talk about their feelings. I know probably the dudes in here are dudes who, you know, are going to skew on the spectrum of I would like to talk about my feelings. Like I would like to have those emotional connections. But unfortunately, it's, you know, your interactions with men who have been so socialized. Like I said, that example of BB and Will, where I'm like, yeah, Will, you and BB talk about your feelings, but you had to like, you know, you had to tell him repeatedly, it's okay, dude. Tell me what's on your heart and your mind. Like he kept being like, oh, no, I can't. No, I just, rah, rah. I was like, if you don't tell him your feelings, you're going to explode. I am looking at you and I am seeing that you are going to explode. As a dude with like 50-50 male-female friends, I usually only talk about feelings with my female friends, not because I don't want to with my guy friends, but because they never want to. Right. Because of what they've been raised to believe and how they've been socialized. I joked with a coworker recently about how there are no good men, only decent men. It was funny. My masculinity is not so fragile that I got mad. I took it seriously. You know what? If I were a man, I would be the most toxic man. I'm just kidding. But if I'm like, as a woman, I talk about, you know, the things I talk about, and I'm like, oh, but if I were a man, I would be so toxic. I would be Grug Central, baby. I'm a man. Like, I just, everywhere I went, I'd be like, I'm a man. I'm a man. Move out of my way. Man coming through. Do you know that I'm a man? I'm a man. Okay, anyway, back to Tilda Swinton.
To just sit and shoot the breeze as women, and acknowledge, and also this whole idea that women don't make movies. I mean, as we all know, women have been making films as directors, and I don't just mean as performers, since the very beginning of cinema.
What?
Editors. Lois Weber was the very first director in 1904 or something. And that's the reality. But there's a strange sort of mesmerism around it. We're all supposed to forget it. And also, we're all supposed to be pitched against each other.
That's the thing, is that it isn't a competition, and that's been the illusion that somehow that's been bought into versus this idea that
speak on it. Let's talk about it.
We all rise.
Yes.
And that when we walk the path not alone, we also expand exponentially.
Yeah.
It's so important.
Oh my God. Do I hate that a lot of my life I had this I had this but twice. I had this as a woman and I had this as a person who is Asian, where as a woman I was like, oh, gotta compete with other women. Oh, there's not enough space. And then as an Asian woman, I'm like, oh my God, we'll be lucky if there's one of us allowed in. That, like, I was literally called the token Asian friend. Like, I was so tokenized, and I was, you know, just getting hit left and right in believing that it's either her or me. Like, I just remember this weird, it wasn't like tension, but there in college, I was the only Asian girl in my class, in my sorority. I was the Asian girl. I was literally called the token Asian girl. I have done a lot of therapy, so I have recognized how bad this was, and I have also had conversations with my friends so that they know that, like, that was not okay. But there was another sorority, and it was our, like, rival sorority, and there was an Asian girl in that sorority, and she was the only Asian girl in that sorority. And I just remember we always kind of, like, would circle each other, not like literally circle each other like we were two dogs, you know, like sizing each other up. But there was that, like, she's the Asian girl in Kappa Sig fuck whatever, and then I was the Asian girl in Alpha Delta Pi, and it was like, you're the it was kind of just like I know you're the token Asian and I'm the token Asian, and we'll go our token Asian woman ways. Yeah, so, you know, anyway, what What does token mean? Token means that you're like the symbol. You are the like example for being representative of like inclusion, or it's the oftentimes token is being referred to in a diversity way. So you're like the one, you're the token black guy at work. So you are the black guy at work, and there's the diversity. Or like me, you were the token Asian friend in a group of all white women. And so I was the minority, like literally, but also the minority in my group of friends because I was the only one. I was the Hispanic one. Yeah, I'm sure there are those of you in chat who similar experience. You grew up and you were the token insert race ethnicity friend in your group, in your school. Truthfully, cannot trust women who do not have solid female friends at all. I think for me, it's women with the attitude of I'm just a guy's girl. It's kind of like the pick me attitude. I get that there are women in certain circumstances, right? I think I used to be if you don't have female friends, I don't trust you at all. I think maybe certain circumstances I can provide as exceptions, but it also does raise an eyebrow, right? It does raise an eyebrow. I think it's maybe not so. I think for me, I had it explained once where it was it's not that it was more of I had a hard time connecting to women in a way where men, I didn't have to emotionally connect with men. You just hang out. Whereas with women, I am not a very emotional person as women can be, in the way that they connect. And so it wasn't necessarily a looking at women as ooh, I hate women, I think guys are better, but a being an individual woman who just has difficulty connecting to women in the way that women like to connect with one another. I just had this conversation recently. Men have so much going on in their lives. There's no compassion or no sense of urgency for a solution. I think women are so much better about being compassionate towards what they're going through. Hold on. Speaking of motherfucking men, this baby dog of mine, this baby doll. It's more so the understanding awareness that there's only room for one, and if not you, then someone else will take your spot. Yes, that's an important part of it as well. The token aspect where it's there's one and only one. There cannot be two, and there certainly cannot be three. Okay. Hurry up with the TT. I don't want to miss this part of the conversation, but I'm waiting for him to finish TTing. Okay. All right.
Important. But I think it's something, my sense is, to generalize, that it's the collective kind of view is something that comes so naturally to women. More naturally, the whole idea that there's only room for one may suit men better, or the society of men better, but I don't think it suits women. I think we know how to do this. This is what we do.
Yes.
We sit around tables and we chat. And we support each other.
Women are
and we
talking.
witness each other.
Absolutely.
To me, the substance.
Nothing is funnier than Mark Wahlberg saying the film Women Talking as Women Are Talking, a film about women talking. like what happens when women get together and are talking. And Mark Wahlberg couldn't even get the title right when he was announcing the film at an awards show. Women are talking.
Since it's so much about the way women's bodies are criticized, the way we criticize our own bodies. What was it that drew you to that theme?
I mean, first of all, the script was such an interesting out-of-the-box read, like something I'd never read before. And the way in which it was exploring the issue of aging. And while the circumstances were set in Hollywood, it was an actress, which I think just heightened and kind of grounded it in something that everyone could identify with. The thing that really grabbed me was the exploration of the violence we can have against ourselves. It's that way in which we can dissect and criticize, and that I have found, at least in my own experience in life, that it's really not what anyone else has ever done to me. The impact has always been on what I do to myself.
Internalized.
There was that powerful scene.
The going out scene?
Yes.
Oh my Lord, Demi.
It
Okay, they've
spoke-
seen the
it was
substance.
such an intimate and just raw, transparent, portrayal of what we can do to ourselves.
Yes.
How we commit self-harm on a daily basis sometimes without even touching our bodies. We can just be so like, you're not worthy of going out, and the removal of the makeup, and even in the way that you were looking at yourself with so much. You were so
that's one of the best scenes of the film.
And I felt it, and it was so powerful.
Thank you.
I'm so grateful she came to you. I'm so grateful. That was a good idea.
I mean,
Amazing.
I mean, it was really definitely, I think the other thing as an actor that I've never explored is I didn't really have other people, that all of my scenes were almost all alone.
Yeah.
And I had no dialogue. So everything was
amazing.
in that kind of odd, intimate moments we have with ourselves, where we are often naked, looking, dissecting, thinking. And it was a really interesting challenge to step in and really create a full life for her at all times, so that it was alive always, because I didn't have someone else to kind of feed off of. So it was, and it was also very technical. So there, a lot of times the technical aspects, which you've done a lot, where there's the technical sometimes takes priority over the sensitivity of an actor's process. Or that she sometimes liked to start this close instead of a little wider to find it. But it was, but that was really it. I think that it was so relatable.
Small kitty,
in a way
thank you for
that
the 12
felt like it
months.
was an important
Champagne
message
mango,
that
thank you for
needed
the
to
10.
come across for us to all start to reevaluate how we're holding ourselves, that need of greater gentility. It's, I've had obviously a lot of conversations having 3 daughters, and one of the things that my middle daughter said at one point is, she says, I want to quit wasting time focusing on all that I'm not when I could be celebrating all that I am.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And that, first of all, I said, well, maybe I've done a good job. But also,
Okay,
that
Bars,
is it.
honestly.
That is it.
That makes me want to know. So if we do this to ourselves, how do we break out of it?
Because
how
it's
do you change
ultimately
it?
You know what? That is Bars, and that is also, that's something that we should all be working on. We should all be trying to take that into this new year that begins on January 6th. Of you spend so much time thinking about what you aren't rather than what you are, and I think that is that's like a change in mindset, right? It's not changing anything in your life. I think a lot of times, like especially with the new year, people are like, I gotta go to the gym, I gotta like do all of these physical changes, like take all this action, right? And I think like one thing that we don't talk about a lot that gets cast to the wayside is our mindset, right? It's changing our mindset on things. And this you can either look at it as like, oh, these are all the things that are wrong with me, or you can look at like, these are things that are great about me. Love you, Demi Moore, but these are wild names. Oh, do you mean the names of her kids?
It's about self-acceptance. It's about really looking and appreciating who we are as we are right now, where,
Oh, yeah.
and that involves changing. Like,
You know what, though? To be fair, as far as celebrity children names go, not the craziest.
We change, we evolve, and it isn't the same reflection in the mirror.
I like Scout. Reminds me
I
of
think it's that idea is, would I trade
To Kill a Mockingbird.
having, you know, as one woman said, she's just more loosely wrapped. Would I trade being more tightly wrapped for the wisdom that I've gained and who I've become as a woman today?
Right.
I don't think I would. And at the same time, appreciating all of the different parts of me that have brought me to where I am today. It's like embracing the shadow sides, the sides that, you know, when we can look at our triumphs that have come through our obstacles, our challenges, our failures, we can see them not as a failure, but as an opportunity for growth and a win.
Zendaya, we have become, as an audience, used to seeing you play a kid, used to seeing you play a teenager.
I was a kid born in 91.
In Challengers, for a good portion of the movie, you're a grown woman.
Yeah.
What was that like?
You know, it's kind of like the scary step in a person's career where you go from like, for so long, I feel like I was playing a teenager pretty much way past when I was one. And
How old is Zendaya?
And I appreciated that so much. I mean, being able to play
I guess
Rue
I
has been
could
one of the
Google
greatest
it.
gifts of my life. But
she's 28.
there comes a time where you gotta start playing your own age and beyond. And you know, it was a scary thing. And also, you know, Challengers 2, it was kind of like my first time in like a leading lady role, and kind of taking that responsibility as well. And being a part of the producing, you know, aspect as well. It was all very exciting and also very like daunting, you know. But I think for me, I think when you read certain characters, you're like, I just can't pass the opportunity to play this woman. Like, she just was refreshing to me in her unapologetic nature. You know, she doesn't apologize for, you know, her behavior, which I appreciated in this way, and her sense of control, or her need for control as her life is kind of falling apart, and her vicariously having to live through other people. And I think it spoke to me because I love my job so much. I'm so grateful that I get to do this for a living. And I think, like, what if it was all taken away? And for her true love was tennis. That was like, that's all she ever wanted. And there, you know, thankfully I get to do this for as long as I really want to. But an athlete, you know, you only have a limited amount of time until your body doesn't do what it used to do. And I think an injury is like when it gets snatched, you can't reverse that, and it gets snatched from her so quickly. And she, in her own way, loses her voice. You know, it's like she doesn't know who she is anymore without this thing. And I think that's something that in my own life I was understanding as a young woman coming into this thing. Like, I've been working since I was a kid, and I was like, wait,
do we talk
who
about
am I when I'm
Tom's
not
cover
working?
shoot?
Like, do I have a life?
No, but so hot.
What do I even like to do?
Feels great.
Like, what are my hobbies? What are my interests? Like, who is Zendaya outside of this? And so I just deeply related to that idea of like desperately wanting to hold on to this love and this thing. And in her, it manifested in maybe some more toxic actions, I'll say, but not to judge her because I know where it's coming from. You know, it's coming from a place of truly vulnerability. Like, I remember one of our first conversations was like, what kind of like cream does she use before bed? You know what I mean? Like, what is her like? What is like being this woman, or this presentation is so important to her? How people see her, how people view her, how she comes off to other people, and so she's got to have the best stuff, and it's, you know, it's soap to bed, and it's, you know, all these things, and then you see it kind of unraveling and falling apart, and she's just trying to hold everything together, like hold this ideal. So yeah, I just it was nice to explore a character who, like I said, is unapologetic, and while she makes very different decisions than I would personally, there was a freedom there, and being guided by Luca in that way as well. And again, back to the amalgamation of everybody, Sayambu, who's incredible and made it look gorgeous, and our costume, Jonathan Anderson did the costumes, which was amazing to kind of see his artistry come out through that, and felt very like supported in this kind of becoming a woman on camera, you know?
Yes.
And
One
also,
thing that was really powerful in your character that resonated with me, and
It's so good.
It's emotions that we suppress that we never like to admit that we feel. Your character felt so much jealousy that these men that in her mind were so undeserving of this gift, of this talent, and it was just amazing to see that, to see a woman be equal to a man when it comes to aptitude, when it comes to talent, when it comes to wit and all of these things. And her competition weren't other women, it was the partners in her life. It was quite interesting.
Her boys. Yeah. Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And again, it was exploring parts of a life that I haven't lived yet, having kids or getting married and, these kinds of things. She's already had this part of her life. So I was strange to kind of embody that part of myself that hasn't quite existed yet, but I guess that is my job. but it was, it's a different touch point, it's a different part of yourself that hasn't quite been explored yet. But yeah, I don't know, I appreciated that she just said whatever the hell she wanted to say. And I was like, girl, maybe we should stop slapping people. You know what I mean? And then getting a little crazy. But she's entirely herself, and I appreciated that both Justin, who wrote the
It's so good.
screenplay,
It's the best.
and Luca allowed her to be exactly who she was. It was never trying to explain why she was like this. She just like this.
That's
she was
so
like this when she was younger. It's like it wasn't necessarily the injury that made her this way. She just is this way. And I appreciated being able to explore
Well, it was
that.
unapologetic also in her ambition and her drive, which is what I love.
What are they talking about?
And-
This is Challengers,
and when there was
baby.
because what was so beautiful was the subtlety of the grief that I felt you held underneath, and then just activating it into, you channeled it over into their success,
Right.
which was beautiful.
You said it beautifully.
But also, I think back to a bigger conversation of this idea of not ever being able or allowing women the space to grieve or to have a moment to yourself. I think she's so conditioned to be next. There's
So I still haven't seen Queer. Somebody stop her or start her. But I feel like Luca Guadagnino had 2 films last year, and I feel like Queer was his serious film, you know what I mean? The one where it was yeah, this is the one. Challengers was his lighter fare. But of the 2, Challengers seems to be the one that way more people talked about, way more people are fucking obsessed with. And I just haven't really seen that much with Queer. I've heard some people talk about the film, but they were like, yeah, it didn't totally hit. Didn't totally hit. I'm aware. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. Queer is a lot, but it comes with the source material. Yeah. I think people were just really drawn to the I think they were drawn to the sexy little tennis trio.
no time to feel sorry for yourself. There's no time to grieve, and she just immediately pivots and she's okay, new plan. And I think that is that thing of allowing ourselves moments be a person, and we don't have to hold it all together. We don't have to
our humanness.
Yeah, be
Just
responsible.
our humanness.
It's about a relationship with success. The whole idea of success being the holy grail that you're going for, whatever that means. I mean, for a sports person, it means something very, very clear.
Yeah.
And that everything else takes second or third or fourth place. And where does the living happen?
Yeah.
Well, it's also that question of identity. Who am I without?
Yeah.
Because what we do isn't actually who we are.
Yeah.
It's just what we do. But I think that takes time to kind of find within yourself.
I am a streamer. That's who I am.
Early part of life, you're just striving to see what you can do. And then if you find enough of it, it's then having to separate and live and have more of a balance in your existence.
Zendaya, did you feel like you figured out what your hobbies are and who you are when you aren't working? Or are you still working on
Next
that?
question. Okay. Next question. I think it's just it's a thing that I'm figuring out and I'm learning as I go along. I think having time off accidentally really was time for me to go, okay, we gotta.
Seems like Zoe watched everyone else's movies, but nobody watched hers. Girl, you think Tilda Swinton watching Amelia Perez?
A person outside of, your job. It's really all I know. And I also think because I'm so passionate, I mean, I'm lucky that my hobby is the thing that I do for a living. It is my thing that I would want to do if I wasn't going to work every day. It is everything to me. But what other than that?
They did watch it, but they are not
brings
that
me joy.
good
And
of
I think
actresses
that
to pretend they loved
for me,
it.
it's been about just trying new things. As stupid as it sounds, pottery or anything with your hands, just something, learning new skills or crafts. And even if it's okay, well, I tried that for a week. But I tried it. You know what I mean?
Have you seen the movie Tilda was in? That's the only one I haven't seen of the group.
I got into
what
baking.
a humbling experience.
I got into baking. I can make a good scone now, But
wow, that's impressive. Scone?
Yeah, a good scone. I got you.
That's
anytime
amazing.
you need it. But it's just trying to find other things that can bring you joy and make you happy and try to discover who my life is outside of the presentation of who I am, and not
ain't watching
being
no
so
damn Selena Gomez.
tough on yourself all the time, and
Well, when you've worked from when you were a child, which most of us have not had that experience, when did you stop working, Mikey?
I was about 16.
Literally keep forgetting Mikey Madison is at this table.
Almost 16.
That's pretty young still, isn't it? I take my hat off to both of you. It's quite the
She's just a
achievement
shy little
to work
bean.
as young people. I mean, it's hard enough when you're
She
older,
is just
but to
like-
work as young people. But for you to have worked since you were so young, for that to have been part, because the rest of us, we were, climbing trees.
Iona,
and not
thank you for the
making
pride.
any money.
It's odd. It's odd, and I have a complicated relationship with the idea of child actors or child acting in general, because I've seen it be detrimental to people, and I don't know. I am grateful. I'm so grateful that this is how it turned out. I wouldn't change it, but there are things that I like. I'm like, dang, there are things I wish I kind of lived privately, and tried to because you're figuring out who you are in front of the world, and you're like, I'm trying to do this right, and I want to make everyone happy, but I don't really know who I am yet. You know what I mean? I'm still figuring it out. I have no idea what I'm doing, which I guess that is true for all of us at any point in your life. I say my mom had her butterfly moment at 50 when she got her first
I
tattoo.
paved the way for you.
I pushed her to get her first tattoo, and now she's covered. She's got
Okay, thank you,
sleeves, basically.
gifted.
So I think you can reinvent yourself and butterfly at any point in your life, which I think is beautiful. But yeah, it is odd to do it so young. In front
I'm
of so
excited
many.
for you finding all your fabulous life.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Lots
I
of
appreciate it.
living.
And I
And
appreciate being and pottery and scones. But I appreciate being able to have moments like this because I feel like at least now the connections are made. There are people I can reach out to and ask questions because all of you have such experience, and that's so valuable, And often I feel like I get too nervous to reach out and be like, hey, can I get some advice, Because this kind of community is so important, and it's
And in
special.
truth, it's a real gift to feel like if there's any kind of experience, strength, and hope that you have that you could actually impart to someone, that actually is enriching to the other person.
Absolutely.
To be able, and I certainly forget because I want to not be vulnerable. I want to not think that I don't have it figured out,
Yeah.
So reach out always. I think it's
I'm texting, getting everybody's contact information after this.
And we'll help you set up the bakery.
Yes. Yes. And it's like you do baking and then you do pottery and then
Mikey, you consider the front runner?
I think I could help you with the pottery, but unfortunately, I cannot.
Okay.
I think so.
I just got that. Yeah, that's so funny. We actually did that in Euphoria. We did.
Oh, you did? Oh my God,
we
that's
did
so
a
funny.
reenactment of that in Euphoria. I just realized.
I was a disaster with the pottery.
You were?
Oh my gosh. I mean, mine literally looked like, the pots I made looked like kindergartner pots.
I feel like they're probably collector's items.
Yeah, that's what I was joking about.
That's the reference. Oh my God.
I was like, I just got it too.
Yeah, it took me a second. I was like,
Why can I imagine Demi sitting there like that, and all kind of flooding back?
Beautiful. Tilda, Pedro Almodovar works fast, I hear. Like, he's a one take, two take kind of guy.
Yeah.
And in this film, you have some long monologues. Were you doing this one takes, two takes, move on, or did you ask him for more?
Both. There was begging, but no. He seems to know what he wants. And I was nervous about that. I was nervous that he was going too fast for us to have an opportunity to squeeze the orange, you know, every which way, which I love to do. I've worked with David Fincher, who everybody is, you know, the legend is that he'll go 100 takes, and I happen to love that too. Right?
Really?
Because then you know you've done it. You know
It's all there.
It's
Yeah.
all
Well, what
there,
about
and, you know, you
101
figure it out.
takes?
It's very challenging, I find, the two-take thing, or even the one take sometimes, especially with a lot of dialogue.
Do you ever ask for another? Do you often ask for another?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
There definitely, I mean, on Sean's films, there would be times where we'd be stealing shots. We'd bring this film camera into restaurants, clubs, and to a pool hall once, just filming on the street and like trying to steal things. And sometimes you don't feel like you got it. And so it's like, well, let's just go in one more time, but you kind of can't. And then obviously our film being such a small budget, there were some days where we're just like jam-packing scenes in, trying to get things done. And I'm like, wait, like I just need something more. But I think actually watching it back, the things that we did end up getting was just right in the moment.
Yeah.
Because the film is so
No, I
it's so
think Angie's gonna adopt Mikey Madison.
hectic and frenetic, and you're feeling that as an actress, trying to make sure that you got it, and it's not possible.
It's not
really,
possible.
there's no such thing.
It's not possible, and I actually believe that this is, for me anyway, this is possibly the most difficult part of the work, is letting things go.
Yes.
Moving on. And having the discipline to just go, do you know what? I didn't think I got it, but you know what? Getting it is impossible. And what do I know anyway?
Yes.
Because very often we think we got it, and you can speak to this, Angelina, as a director, that the performance thinks it's been nailed, but actually that's the overshot one. That's the one where it's burst. And the one that felt a little rickety and there was some kind of weird energy around it, that's the golden thing. But you can't necessarily feel that inside. That's why a director can say, trust me, we got it, we're moving on. And you have to go, okay.
I trust you.
I trust you.
Sometimes
You're Pedro Almodovar.
Sometimes easier than other times.
Other times. Yeah. It's a feat of faith.
Yeah.
Which of these women do you think will star together? And then, like, who do I think is most likely to work together? Ooh.
Angelina, do you feel that way coming into Maria having directed? Does that change the way you work as an actress?
I have more of an understanding. I was always an actress that loved the crew, and I was always an actress that understood I was a piece of a whole.
I could see Zendaya and Tilda Swinton being in some, like, I don't know, sci-fi thing, like the next Dune. I could see wait, Tilda and Zoe and Angelina and Zendaya are all in Marvel. Okay, maybe something that's like not Marvel. Maybe I would love to see Angelina direct Demi Moore. I want that pairing. So that's not like performing together, but Angie, because I think she wants to get back into directing.
And love that. But after being a director, you are much more aware of all the pieces and all the needs.
Maybe Zoe and
you are
Zendaya.
very conscious that an actor is important, but a piece. And if I loved casting, I found casting very interesting as an actor, and I think if you directed or will direct, that's as an actor you maybe are looking for something else because you know when you're in the pocket, you know your authentic self, and you know it's not some perfect presentation or some idea of this or some perfect reading. You know, it's this like someone that has something behind those eyes, someone who's a little messy, someone who's a little brave. There's all these other things you look for. A person. I think a lot of what makes an interesting actor is an interesting person. And then if you build a family, which is very much the set, and so it's and you kind of encourage everybody to bring their best, then you have this space where everybody shows up in different ways and collaborates. And I tend to find that the actors know I push them and I root for them, but I try to you communicate, and every actor's different. It's very interesting. I have my process and learning about the other needs of other actors that are so
Zendaya doesn't know what it's like to work with a director that's
I'm there for what they need in
more
their
than one
process.
take.
To me, in the third act of The Substance, you're wearing tons of prosthetics. You become this creature. And I just wonder, what was the process like of putting all that on and figuring out how to act through it?
It's
Did she direct Changeling?
It's
No.
so delicate and fragile. It's not like you have practice time with
No,
everything
you're right.
on.
That was
It's kind of,
Eastwood.
you're finding it in some respects on the day. I mean, there was some preparation. I mean, the time for me in the chair was anywhere from 6 to 9.5 hours.
Wow.
And which is a lot. It's a lot, and also because there's such there's a surreal element to this. Trying to also figure out what's the logic, like what's I'm degraded and kind but I can also run like a bat out of hell. I was a little bit like, and so there's like kind of that kind of practical, logical part of my brain that was really wrestling with what it was. And I will also say, and you also must know this too, Zoe, it's a much easier read on paper than the physical of like being in there. And at the same time, I also think the time in the chair, which it's helpful if you can get very still and zen, also allows you to actually move into embodying and shifting. Like for me, it was like a slow progression over that time and allowing it to kind of become part of me.
It is a grueling process.
Yeah, I was going to say
6 to 9 hours.
6 to 9.5 hours.
No.
When we had to do the whole body.
Yes, okay, it makes sense. The legs, everything, right? Yeah,
And it's very delicate. You can't really eat or drink because it's so delicate. Things will fall apart. And I think probably the most challenging is having somebody touch you constantly. That was what required patience.
The taking it off is the really long bit, isn't it?
It's actually much quicker. You open up that bottle of wine, you put your music on, little Sam Cooke, and you're like, I'm done. You're digging all that green off.
It's always a funny word. On the left and the left. Isopropyl state, is that it? The stuff that you take it off.
Isopropylon or something.
Yeah, where you're scraping away.
Oh my God.
I mean, I will say.
Okay, let's see. As far as like prosthetics and heavy makeup, Zoe did Guardians of the Galaxy and Avatar, but how much of Avatar was like? How much of Avatar was digital effects? How much is of it's all mocap, right? But I guess that's okay. I guess I'm thinking about like what she would be spending hours having done, and it's probably Guardians of the Galaxy makeup. Yeah, I think obviously Demi Moore is talking about her prosthetics in The Substance. Angie, maybe the Maleficent makeup. But I think a lot of that was effects as well. And then Tilda Swinton, am I missing something other than Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe and Suspiria? What am I missing? Zilda's bald cap. Yeah, I don't think that would take that long, though. I think it's probably I think Suspiria was probably what was really extensive.
It takes a lot of work to transform Zoe Saldana from all-American actress to otherworldly badass. The procedure looks pretty grueling, especially if you're claustrophobic. The head cast allows effects artists to exercise great attention to detail when designing Gamora's facial appliances and makeup. Prosthetics made from silicone are sculpted for her cheeks and forehead, the latter of which gives her a new brow line. The pieces take 2 to 3 hours to apply and about 30 to 45 minutes to remove. Her prosthetic forehead actually has a scalp piece that runs underneath her wig. Of course, the prosthetics are only the beginning. As with any paint job, Saldana gets multiple complete coats of primer before makeup artists get down to the business of greening her up completely. A green base comes after the primer, followed by 3 more layers which are airbrushed on. This is done to get as close as possible to a natural tone. It all meant a grueling 5 hours on the makeup chair for the first Guardians film, but only 4 hours for the follow-up.
We shaved off an hour from the first movie, so I appreciated that.
Yo, that's crazy.
Coralie was
That's
one of
why
those
she
who
gets
loves to
paid
do
the
many
big
takes.
bucks.
Many takes. Like wiping the makeup off my face with each section was 15 takes at least.
Wow.
And that I could have used a few less, perhaps, on that one. But I never like to give up. If they feel like, if they're saying the director says they need it, like I want to keep going.
Yeah. I think it's important to have that communication. It's when they really tell you what's going on. It's when you have no communication from Video Village and you just keep going over and over again because you just don't, it feels like you're just throwing spaghetti on the wall. Like, give me something, an adjective, give me any kind of direction, 1 sentence, 5 words.
And then they'll explain
I can
to you.
Yeah,
give you
Rebecca
5 more
Romaine's
takes.
It's actually
Mystique
not about
makeup,
you, it's just
crazy.
the wind is not hitting the trees right.
So
I
good.
know, and then you feel
And then
like,
you go,
why am I
Well,
here?
you're perfect. It's just the
Yeah,
light's
so then you're not sitting there going, what am I not doing right? And you're like, what's wrong with this?
Let's go again. Let's give that wind a chance.
Zendaya, in Dune 2, you're in the middle of the desert, and it's this big epic sci-fi movie, but it's sort of built upon this romance. And I'm kind of curious how you figured out how you were going to flirt in space.
In space.
What was the trick?
I think it's really leading, it's Denis. He's such a special filmmaker, obviously, but like
Denis
just
Villeneuve.
very easy to work with in the sense that he always knows what he wants and is very clear, but also gives you room to play as well, where you feel kind of supported. And I think for that, it was like, they're not, it's not like, a normal scene like, what's up? Like, you're cute. Like, you've been here before. This is.
Like that would have worked too.
There's a version of that,
That's more you in space.
So we're like, how does this fit into the Dune
Who do
universe?
I think will win an Oscar first between Zendaya, Florence, Sydney, Jenna, Margaret, Anya? Oh, Florence Pugh.
First, how do we, get these two people that are technically young people falling in love, this whirlwind romance, also stealing shots in between, because there is so much. It's such a massive piece of work, and we really are just like a little part of it. Also, like being in the desert, and you have limited time to shoot every day because the sun is right in this perfect place, and so I think my thing was just like being as prepared as I could, and then trying my best. Like in those, there was like one scene that we could only really shoot for like an hour a day. So we kind of like over the course of a few days shot like a scene.
Because of the light?
Because of the sun, yeah.
Wow.
And so you're trying to like, okay, we were here yesterday, but how do we get back into that, the tenderness and finding these moments? And Denny in the beginning, he would say, I'm gonna do like a glances pass. I'll ask you guys to like just look.
What's a good Florence Pugh movie? So this feels kind of like a trick question because I think Florence Pugh is incredible in everything she does. She's really one of the best actresses around. Not every movie meets the caliber of Florence Pugh, but I would say Little Women, like films that I think are you know, not just Florence Pugh doing an amazing performance, but also like worth watching the film. Yeah, Don't Worry Darling is exactly what I'm talking about, of like a but Florence Pugh is great. I would say Midsummer, Little Women, I actually have never watched Black Widow, because you guys know I'm not into that. I'm not into the Marvel stuff, but if somebody liked Black Widow, then you know. Okay, here's what I will say. We live in time, but that movie relies so much on the perfection of Andrew Garfield and Florence Pugh. Those are two people that as individuals have insane chemistry with the people that they have you know, worked with. Putting the two of them together it's off the charts. It is off the fucking charts. And there's a lot about that film that I was like, okay, I reckon, like the film critic part of my brain is like, yeah, no, that's not working, or like that's blah blah blah. But because they're so good, and because I don't care, I just was like happy to watch them be in love with each other and make me cry, and Andrew Garfield be like, you know, do his little like smile and look at her with his eyes filled with love and tears, and her be like, you know, strong and sensual, and just so, she just gives everything. She gives everything, and they're both so charming, and they're just so good. So that's one of those movies where I'm like, is the movie without those two a great film? No. Like that movie needed the Andrew Garfield and Florence Pugh duo. But I think if you want to see a Pugh performance, if you want to see like the caliber of just her, she's so good that she can make a film like that worth watching. Like that's how good Florence Pugh is that she is like she and Andrew are why you should watch a film like We Live in Time. Addicted to Flo Pugh. I know, me too. I would also say watch her in Lady Macbeth. Watch her in, I think that's a good start. Yeah. There you go.
Look at each other from across the room, and I find that
she's not really in Dune 2 enough for me to be like, you gotta watch Dune 2. Now I think Dune 2, you know, just watch for the film. But have you seen the pics from Sydney's? Yeah, I actually covered that on the podcast.
There's like so much you can do without words and without scenes, just like a glance between
like
the
what
two
even
of them
are
really
words?
built this love story, and made you believe it, because again, there's so much going on. So it's like, how are we going to tell this story when there's like all this action and like so many storylines to fill and build and make it make sense.
It's her 28th birthday, Florence Pugh.
These glances pass, you know, just these little moments of like, oh, I see you across the room, and it says so much for the characters. So yeah, I just felt very lucky to be a part of it, you know, like from the beginning. I was just like, I'll play like a tree, the sandworm, like what do you need, you know? Like this is just so
oh my God,
cool.
Zendaya
like,
as Shai Hulud.
Does what's going on in the outside world, politically, geopolitically, affect your choice of projects and your choice of how you spend your time in your work? Is that something that figures in at all?
I remember very early on in my career, I felt a couple of times at my, you know, these self-made crossroads where being a daughter of immigrants and being Latina in America, as you start to grow in your career, you carry on this responsibility to represent your community, and I stopped that. I made that choice. And it felt risky, but I made it with all my heart in hopes that it was the right decision that would help my community by following my heart. But that's not to say that I may one day feel compelled to make a decision on a material that has a very important conversation around a cause or an event that that should be present in people's minds and in people's tables, you know, when they're having dinner. That's not to say that I'll never ever, you know, consider that.
It's interesting to hear Zoe say that felt like a risk, and I wonder, when you reflect on your own careers, what's a moment that felt like a risk?
I think the things that, I think when you look at something where you know you're being pushed out of your comfort zone that scares you, are those moments that you are taking a risk. In a certain way, we take a risk every time. Mm-hmm. We don't know. There's no guarantees. There's no formula. I think at least, and I think it's the risk that makes it exciting. It's the risk that, because you know if you step into something that you know that you're going to be better on the other side, you know? As you were talking, Zoe, I was just thinking about, do you guys, any of you feel like that in a way that roles find you as much as you find them, right? And that there are things that you gain from it, not that you always know, but that you get from the other side, that there are parallels for sure.
Well, everybody has their own comfort zone, and so, as you say, to go out,
I can't stop laughing and loving Tilda Swinton in her fucking denim jacket.
that comfort zone is always going to feel like a growing possibility. My comfort zone is to work in very close collective communication with people. And I've always done that from the very beginning. And for me, a massive risk would be to go and work with people that I didn't know. That would be the biggest risk. But I know
Ocean Water, thank you for the 2 months.
I always found it very difficult to name myself an actor, because I know that in general, actors don't work this way. Actors generally work alone and encounter a loneliness a lot of the time, and are going, with my admiration, into these foreign territories with all their talent and all their inspiration kind of within their own arms, and they'll go into these foreign lands and bring it to bear. I'm incredibly impressed by that, but I can't work that way. And I don't know that I ever have really gone into a foreign territory. I'm a coward in that way.
I think a lot of people would disagree, but
Yes.
it's your right. We are coming toward the end, and I wanted to wind down. Actually, I wanted to share something you had said in an interview, which was interesting.
Oh, Lord.
It's good. It's good. You were talking about your friendship with Pedro,
Lord.
and how you had met. You said you met at a Hollywood party where you bonded over feeling like outsiders. And you said you were, quote, both shy and tickled pink and pinching ourselves, but not confident enough to step in and talk to, say, Angelina Jolie.
She was there. She was one. It was a South Park moment, and we had Liza Minnelli over here, and we had, Sacha Baron Cohen over there, and Angie was there, and both Pedro and I were like scorched with the glamour of it. We just couldn't believe that we were present.
And I was probably, because I never go out, really alone and not sure anybody wanted to talk to me, and probably I would have been so happy had they said hello.
This is the truth of human animals.
Yes.
We're all shy, right?
So if I see Angie Jolie, would she be so happy for me to come up and be like, you're my mother?
Yes. And I guess this is why we're here. I mean, how lovely to see you all connect like this.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Wow. Loved that. Especially loved the parts around the substance, because that film was one of my favorites of the year, and I think just has a lot of, really worthwhile conversational material to chew on. And I loved the whole, women like being better in packs, and how it's not us all against each other, and even though we've been conditioned to believe that, and there are definitely women who have that attitude of like, women are my enemy, it shouldn't be that way. It should not be that way. Hopefully more Mikey in the Mikey Criterion Closet. I do have the Mikey Criterion Closet, and since Mikey Madison is a shy little bean, let's watch something.
Hi, I'm Mikey.
Let's watch Mikey Madison in the Criterion Closet. Oh, sweet. You know what? I love when actors seem very different from seem very different from how you think actors outside of a set would be, right? Like, I think all the women there, they seem pretty easy with conversation and outgoing and etc. But Mikey is, she's an observer. She's a soft-spoken introvert who is very much so not the characters that she plays.
Mikey Madison, I'm so happy to be here in the closet. This was something I wanted to do for a long time and have watched these YouTube videos religiously, so I guess I'll just start looking. Oh, okay. Down here, 5 easy pieces. Such a classic. And I really think it's my favorite Nicholson performance. There's just something about how he approaches this character. Such a morally gray character, yet you're rooting for him. And I feel like those are often characters that I am drawn to as an actor. You know, nobody is just like good or bad. It's that sort of weird space in between that's really interesting to me. And then, you know, Dennis Hopper, Easy Rider. I actually have this an art book of all the photos that Dennis Hopper took while making this film, and it is so beautiful. I have it on my coffee table, and it inspires me to want to try to take more photos while I'm making movies to capture something special. Oh, okay, Takeout. I mean, this is obviously one of Sean Baker's first films.
Yeah, this is like the one Sean Baker I haven't
was
seen.
Getting to know him, he sent me a link to it before it was on Criterion, and it's fun to see sort of his one of his first interpretations of New York City. So I'm definitely gonna take this one. The Piano Teacher, the Isabelle Huppert. Man. Has to be, not just in my eyes, but
she should work with
like,
Isabelle
one
Huppert.
of the most incredible performances by an actress in like the history of cinema. She is so intense and vulnerable, and this scene where she like stabs herself in the shoulder with the piece of glass, I think it is, there's a sound that comes out of her throat. It's so like guttural. I remember watching this and I was like, I have to just like go back and see this one more time because I kind of can't believe that I just saw this performance. It's like, and you imagine like with another actress, what would they have brought to the character? But you can only picture
You know what? Even though Isabelle Huppert did that fuck-ass Greta film with Chloe Grace Moretz, she's still a legend.
Isabelle Huppert in this role. I was attracted to the pink spine, but Gilda, this is a classic film that I haven't seen, but I've seen so many photographs of, and I mean, Rita Hayworth, obviously one of the most iconic, sexy, talented actresses
What movie was
of that
that?
time.
Movie
and
called Greta?
Yeah, I mean, I need to see this. It's kind of unbelievable that I haven't yet. Okay. Oh, Eyes Without... Okay, I was again attracted to the pink spine. But Eyes Without a Face. I haven't seen this film in forever, but I think it has one of the most beautiful, artistic movie posters of all time. Amazing. I need to one day do a Halloween costume that is dedicated to this. Okay, the kid.
Actually, great
Chaplin.
Halloween costume.
You fall in love with this little boy, and he gives such a beautiful performance, obviously without speaking. And the chemistry that they have together is amazing, really. And I think if I remember correctly, yeah, Jackie Coogan, a little bit sad, but that's why the Coogan account was created, which is I had when I was a teenager doing a TV show, but I guess essentially his parents, because he was underage, had taken his earnings from all of the films he did as a child actor, and he was left with essentially nothing. And so the Coogan account...
How do you just grab shit at random and know what it is? You read the cover /
is put in place for young performers to
Dude,
have their
thank you
money
for the
put into a
16 months.
separate account that your parents can't touch. I mean, it's due in part to his story, so... I want to find a title that I haven't seen before, and I'm looking through, and there's so many movies that are foreign to me. And someone suggested closing my eyes and just like picking something, so I'll do that. Heaven's Gate. Okay. Wyoming Federal Marshal. And Isabelle Huppert and Christopher Walken's in this. Okay, I think I'm gonna like this. I love Westerns.
You know, that I think I'm like envisioning what I want to see next for Mikey Madison, and she's done horror, she's done like dramedy. I think I want to the thing with her face, I don't know if she can do period piece. I don't know. Like stabs herself in the shoulder with the piece of glass, I think it is. Maybe depending on... You know what I want to see her in? I want to see her in Marvel. Yeah. That's what I want for her. I guess Once Upon a Time technically, takes place in the 60s. So, yeah, I take it back. She can do it. I think there's a lot she can do. Celestial King, thank you for the 6 months. Wait, I was going to show something. Something reminded me. Something. Movies, Criterion picks. Fuck. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember. Shit. Kind of weird she didn't pick Shrek 2. Honestly, she's not an artist. She's not an artist. If Lily Rose Depp can do period piece, she can do it. You're so right. And Lily Rose Depp, looked as if she belonged in the 1800s in wherever fucking Germany they were in. Dang, Happy, that's crazy. Thank you so much for all the great streams. You were one of my most watched streamers last year. Thank you. Glad to have you. Random, but I'd love to see a Karen Culkin Criterion Closet review. You are so correct. That would be amazing. I would love to see a Karen Culkin Criterion Closet review because I know for a fact it would be so honest. I'm not saying that other people lie, but I do think that there are some people who probably feel a pressure to be like, I gotta be a real student of film. And I think Kieran would just be... I just feel like everything that he does is actually just so real. He's so real. I would love to see a Kieran Culkin anything as well. Look at everyone in love with Angelina. Duh. Hello. The way that they're all surrounding her. Yeah, because they're probably like, congratulations, glad that fuck-ass Brad Pitt is no longer in the picture. Oh, look at Mikey standing here. Oh, Mikey's off to the side. That is someone who is a real introvert. I know. Oh. Everybody around Angelina, of course. Of course. I mean, I just want to meet her so badly. I just want to hold her hand and be like, and have a conversation with her. You know what I mean? I want her to look into my eyes with her big, beautiful eyes. And I want her to hold, I want us to hold space together. And I just want to be around her. I do. And you know what? I will always stan Angie Jolie, okay? She is mother. She is she is someone who genuinely has done a lot of amazing humanitarian work, and not just the kind of humanitarian work that doesn't include Palestine, but the kind of humanitarian work that includes advocating for Palestine. And I don't know, I've always loved her so much. I've loved her as an actress, and she was preyed upon by Harvey Weinstein and afterwards refused to do a Miramax film, which means she lost a lot of opportunities, right? Miramax was that bitch back in the day, right? If you were an A-list actor, Miramax was so powerful. They were like kingmakers in town. A lot of if you look at awards season when Miramax was at its height, and you're like, wait, how did this film win over this film? Because of Harvey Weinstein. Because Harvey Weinstein was a fucking bulldog, and he would literally get his films and his lead actors and actresses the golden statue because of what power he held in town. Is that what happened with Crash? That's what happened with Shakespeare in Love. Crash is not Crash is not Miramax. Here's Kieran's top 4 letterbox. Oh wait, I think I've seen this before. Yeah, wait, I think we watched that. Didn't we? Okay, I really have to use the bathroom.
Oh no, 4 films.
I didn't even say anything. I thought of my answers. Okay.
Favorite movie is The Princess Bride. And then it's Howl's Moving Castle. Movie I was watching last night was The Death of Stalin. It's the greatest thing.
Of course,
if I made The Death of Stalin, I would hang up my hat if I wore hats.
Cabaret. My dad was in Cabaret,
Yeah.
so my memories
Yeah.
are shooting it in with Bob Fosse and Liza Minnelli when I was a little girl.
With Neil and I, funny enough, after watching it about the 6th time, I realised the importance of editing. The editing for comedy in that film there's nobody's edited anything comedically. It's quite so brilliantly, the way they cut off from a line onto the next frame.
I really like Koreeda, Hirokazu Koreeda. So maybe Shoplifters.
He's
Being
British?
There was a big film for me, Hal Ashby. My favorite British person is Richard Ayoade, who's my friend. And his movie Submarine is that's the movie I've seen more than any other movie.
Young Frankenstein. And
Of course, I'm dying that Kieran Culkin said Princess Bride, because of course he did.
Ali G and the House, which I saw the other day again.
What?
God knows how many times. So funny.
Then it's the greatest kids movie of all time, The Goonies. There's a friend filmmaker, Eliza Hittman. She did this movie Never, Rarely, Sometimes, Always. Amazing.
I really loved My Old Ass.
4th one, that's a toughie. If you ask me on another day, I might say something else, but I'm going to say Uncle Buck. I was going to say The Elephant Man. Is that a weird choice? It was my first David Lynch. I feel like I maybe rented the DVD and I thought it was just a straight-up horror.
He's so
And then I was
real.
like, this is making me cry. I love Mike Leigh. I've seen so many of his movies. In a
He
way,
is so
it's hard
real.
to distinguish one because there's a similar kind of ethos to all of them. Naked, of course, is probably the most audacious movie.
You know what?
I
You
saw
know what
that
films Kieran picked? He picked cozy films. He picked films that he's probably seen 1,000
and
times.
loved it when I was younger because I felt like characters don't have to be great people to be good characters.
Singing in the Rain. I don't know, there's so many great films. I saw a thing called The Outrun the other day, which I thought was so spectacular and moving.
Oh, Saoirse?
Mustang. You loved Mustang. I think about that film a lot. Just the feeling at the end of that, it was
Okay.
like really stayed with me.
Okay. Personally, I'm waiting for top 4. I still have to do my top films of the year, but I'm waiting until I see more stuff. Okay, I really have to pee. You guys can listen to the last song I was playing. All right, guys. Let's end with some gaming. Beep, bop, bop, beep, bop. Good night, Marco. New game? No, I think I'll finish, I think I'll do Glory. I think it's time for some Glory. Stotska. What is the category? What is this game called again? Arstotsk. This is how you know no one is playing this game, that I'm trying to type it and it's not. Oh, Papers, Please. Oh. Papers, Please. 4 viewers. Ah. Bada 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 ba pa 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 pa. Brr. Glory to Arstotska. All right. Maybe we bring back some Minecraft tomorrow. Whoa! Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum. Is today's not gonna go up? It will go up after I'm done streaming. What about just playing challengers while I game? That would be a very funny soundtrack to have with this game. Okay. It is time to bring glory to Arstotska. Bum ba da ba bum ba 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 bum ba ba bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba ba bum. December 4th, 1982. Okay. Actually, I think this is where I was last time. Okay, you are healthy today? I don't know. Am I? I probably haven't eaten in like 2 weeks. There was a problem at the metro. Maybe you read about it. Yeah, but I already forgot. It's very big news. We think not accident. We think caused by suspicious group. We think some members passed through this checkpoint, so we come talk to you. Have you seen anything like this? I ain't no snitch. I've never seen that before in my life. I don't know. Think top right for Cam. That's good. What do you want? What do you want? Oh, you want this? Okay, you can have that. You can have that. You can have that. Wait, yeah, remember? I just got money. I just got money for helping the resistance. Let me tell you, the resistance pays better, okay? This fucking Glory Tar Stotska, that doesn't pay at all. That is not paying at all. Okay, wait, what's my goal for today? This doesn't tell me. Is it just like a free-for-all? I don't know. Okay. Come on in. It's okay. We're just maybe just letting people. Okay, you got diplomatic authorization. Sure. All right, come on in. Here you go. Check the rules. There are no rules for today. I don't see. Wait, what? No diplomatic access? Fuck. All right, starting off strong. Okay. Starting off real strong. Great. Jan Gapanowicz. Okay, what's the date today? December 4th. Enter by 12:28. What's this? I don't want that. I don't want that. Oh. Okay, Arstotska. And I feel like I can't concentrate. Jan. 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 I don't know. I can't, shit, motherfucker. I can't remember anything. Foreigners must have an entry permit. Okay. I think this looks good. I don't know. Terrible work, comrade. Cause no trouble? You better not. You better not cause me any trouble. Okay. Actually, my family's not gonna starve because I've got money now. I'm rich. Okay, papers, please. Let's see. This one is you from Ostotska, so we need that. Okay. Yeah. Name is good. Expiration date. Date of birth 8/16. I feel like I'm missing. Wait, this picture's different. This is not the same. Okay, I guess it is the same. Never mind. What about something's not right here though. Something's wrong. Mail? I don't know. Everything kind of looks okay. So maybe you can, if you fuck me over, I will come get you. I'm looking for engineer. Give my card to engineers. What? What am I, ZipRecruiter? Oh wait, pay you 5? Oh, you'll pay me? Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. This game feels like work. This game is work. Oh my god, I have so much shit on my desk. Ah! Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, Shingleton. Let's see, are you an engineer? Architecture. You here. You want this? Okay. Expiration date, good, enter by 12/17. Okay. Timiski Wolinos. Okay. Yeah, you look pretty good. You look pretty good. All right. Welcome into our Stotska. Cause no trouble. All glory. Fuck! Invalid sex. You know what? My wokeness. My wokeness is preventing me from bringing glory. I'm too woke. I'm too woke. Go woke, go broke. That's what that means. Go woke, go broke. Wait, buddy. What? Where's your thing? What is this on the wall? Recognized for sufficiency? Impressive? Why even bother with plaque? Because I'm sufficient. Okay, buddy. You don't have... You don't have shit. You don't have this. Yeah, okay. Okay, you do. All right. Enter by 12:16. Something's fun. I feel like this is gonna be funky. Something's gonna be wrong here. Cyprian Eluda. 14 days. How long did you say that you're here? Visiting. 2 weeks. Okay. All right, get your ass into our Stotska. There you go. There you go. This one looks like cheap shit. You look like cheap shit. Ah. Okay. This is culture. So I can click. I see. That is faster. That is. Okay. Rivka Hoffman. Nope. We've got an error. I do not know what to say. Detain! Our first detain of the night. Many more to come. Republia. Boom. That. Olia Bordenko. Oh, engineering. Here. What is this? Just take it. Just take it. Okay, that's all good. That. Let's see. Olia Bordenko. Okay, that's lining up. Purpose work. Enter by 1/2/1983. Shit, 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 shit. Shit, motherfucker. It's fine. This is why I have to just do the revolution, okay? Because I'm not making any money. I'm not making anything. I have job here. Stay for full year. Work 1 year. Sports. Enter by 12/25. Expiration date. Okay. All right. Dorothy Sismonska. Dude, I feel like my brain is... My brain is hurting. This is hard for my brain. I'm like, is this right? I don't know. I don't know. There's too many things to look at. I'm exhausted. Orbistan. Okay, you remain for a couple days. Okay, great. Oh! Oh my god. These terrorist attacks. Well, Honestly, I'm okay with the terrorist attack. I'm honestly okay with the terrorist attack because it cuts my day short and I don't have to work for free. You know? Look at all this money I have. Look at all this money. Move to class 7? Oh! Wait, but the rent is more. The rent and the heat is more. No. 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 Is Ung still alive? We don't know. Okay. The new director is unsatisfied with the level of scrutiny afforded to foreigners. From today forward, all foreign entrants must present a recent identity supplement listing height, weight, and appearance. Oh, fuck. Height, weight, and appearance. There's so much to look at. The rulebook documents chapter has been updated. Mother effer. There's just simply too much. Here's all my little cards. Okay. More reading. Great. All right, let's open for business. The bookmark in the top left corner of the rulebook. Ah, okay. All right, what do you want? Okay. Republia. Great. Okay. Identity somewhat short, straight hair. Thumb. Keep on person. Expiration date 12/12. This is simply too much. This is simply too much, man. It's too much! Okay, 82 kilograms. Weight. Sure. You know what? Get your ass in there. There you go. Get up. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. You guys couldn't see. Well. Yeah, fuck it. We're doing open borders. We're doing open borders. Yeah, okay. Okay. Remain for a couple weeks. What do you want? Corista City. Okay. All right. Curly bobbed hair. Sure. 58 kilograms. Sure. Expiration date 12/9. Okay, that looks fine. Francesca. You're in transit. Okay. Yeah, look fine. Glory to our Stotska. All right, who's next? What do you want? You want to get through? You detain 3 people. Oh, yeah, this is my guy. Give me my money. Give me my money. Bonus is good. Okay. All right. Maybe you detain more people? Well, look, I'm trying. If I could detain every person, I would detain every person. Okay. I plan to work. Okay, culture. Culture. Last grass done. Okay. Let's see. Bobbed hair, sure. 49 kilograms, sure. Expiration date. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. What are you, agriculture? Okay. Okay. Well, you can come in. We're doing an open borders policy for the next 5 minutes. Wait, what is this? Yeah. Cause no trouble. Oh, I can check to see people's measurements with this. I didn't even realize that. I didn't even realize. Shit. Okay, transit. Long hair? Nope. That's not long. I guess it is long. Okay, never mind. 167 centimeters. What the fuck? 48 kilograms? Okay. I enter expiration. Wait a second. What is this? No, that's fine. Okay. Sure. Sure, Azana. Azana Klautska. Alright, everybody's good so far. Nobody's pulling some shit. That's good. Hey man, lost ID card? Oh. Oh, do you think that I give a fuck? What is this? I don't give a shit. Brother. Look, this is our Stotska, okay? It's not Disneyland. Come on, let me through. No. I don't think so, bro. You gave me the pennant? I don't give a shit about soccer. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. United Federation. Great. Great balls of fire. Oh, engineering. Take this. Take it. Yeah, you want that. You want that. Overweight description. Expiration date, height, 7. Okay. Okay, that seems. Now, how long are you here? Oh. 2 days. 3 months. I know, my desk is so cluttered. I make mistake. It will be a few months. Yeah, here's the thing, comrade. We do things by the book. We do things by the book, comrade. Okay, I can't fucking detain you, so. Sorry, comrade. Come back next time. When your shit's all good. What are you waiting for? Get out of here. Oh, here you go. What? I'm doing things by the book. Applicant cleared for entry. You know what? I'm about to throw the book out the window. I'm about to throw it out the fucking window, mate. James Herzog. Here you go. Here you go. And no more money for me. Oh, come on! Forged entry permit? Shit! Alright, at least that was a warning. Damn it! I'm getting sloppy. I'm getting sloppy. The seal wasn't right. Wait, what is she saying to me? I remain. This ID supplemental is a total pain. I don't make the rules. I just follow them. Why even have open borders? We don't. That's the thing. Small head? Stop. You know what? That head doesn't look small enough to me. But I guess it is. I guess it's small enough. Oh my god, can you imagine on your description it saying small head? That's so brutal. Alright, here you go. Get out of here. Get out of here. Bah! Would it be better to spend money on a bribe? Okay, then bribe me next time, cheap ass. Shit. Oh my god. The neighbors have reported my new wealth? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. These commie bastards. These commie bastards. I'm broke again. Oh my god, my family's gonna die. I should have moved. Oh my god, I need more money. I need more money, please. Help. Help me. Help me. Where's the revolution? Help. Like, does anyone want to bribe me? Help. Help. Shit, man. Communism really is when no money. Oh, man. Should have moved and should have upgraded. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Daily bulletins will now contain a listing of the top 3 most international criminals. Check faces and detain suspects immediately. Wait. That's them? Okay. Okay. God damn it. Okay, now I gotta make some serious cash. Oh my god, I can't believe I have to work for money again. Literally. Wait, that is the face. That's the face. Hold on. That's the face. Detain him! Detain. I'm detaining everybody. I'm detaining everybody. I'm doing serious profiling. It's time for serious profiling. Does that guy look like one of them? Oh, fuck. No, I think he's okay. Okay. Goatee. Sure. 76 kilograms. Height, 186. Okay, okay. God, there's just too many things. There's too many things. J. Denosk. Visit for 14 days. Okay, you look fine. You look fine. You better not be a fucking criminal. Cause no trouble. Cause no trouble. Oh! Oh, yeah, money. Money. Please. Please. Large. What? Fuck. No! Large gift was mistake. Ministry of Information now investigates your connection to EZIC. Next agent comes today will solve problem. I need more money. I need money. Do you guys have more money? Can I have it? Deny at own risk? Brother, I'm not gonna fucking deny you, okay? I just need some cash. I just need some cash. Come on. Please. Okay. Short hair. I don't know. Is that short? Yeah, I think so. I think it's short enough. Okay, what are you doing here? I remain for 1 day. You're a liar. One swag cat. Thank you for the 6 months. Yes, of course I stay a year. Well, you know, should have, should have said something. Should have said. I guess she can come in. I think that's fine. Whatever. I don't care. Nothing matters anymore. All my shit's been taken. Where's your stupid passport? Where's your stupid fucking passport? Get out of here. Just go. Just get out. Just leave. Who wants to go, honestly? Who wants in? Will we eat tonight, Papa? Shut the fuck up. Okay. Overweight. Samuel Kaplan. Purpose to immigrate forever. Enter. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Welcome in. This country fucking sucks. Good luck making any money. I don't even care. Whatever. Whatever. Oh. Great. Easy. Easy. This. Boom. Nothing to say. Detain. This is a job. Detain. All right, next. Come on. All right, who's this fucking guy? Please give documents back. You know what? Detain. Get out of here. We're detaining all day long. All right. Let's see. Okay. Diplomatic authorization. Wait, are we not doing that anymore? Is that the thing? Diplomats do... Oh, wait. Or are we doing it? Is it fine? This, you know what? This doesn't look like you. That's not you. That's not you. Yeah, no, I don't think so. No known alias? Then you're not coming in. It's just shit. How do I do this? Oh, this? Or, wait. What? Oh, the prints? Wait. Fingerprints? Compare. Oh! Oh! Mubby. Oh, they are matching. But name alias must match this record. I don't know. I fucking don't know what to do. The ones... Give this paper. This? That's not matching. That's not matching. Okay, you know what? I'm fucking over it. Get out of here. Go. I'm not... You're not coming in. You know what? Fuck me. Okay? You know what? You got that face. No, that's your face. That's what you look like. Where's your fucking passport, dude? Dude, I am going to the gulag. I know. What is this? Temporary. What is passport? Oh, temporary passport? No. You're not coming in. Get out of here. Go. What is passport? All right. Arstotzka. Let's see this guy. 160. Oh. Lies. You've been selected. Search. We're about to see some. Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. Yep. This is contraband. Yep. You made a mistake? Detain! Not good. You guys, by the time I pay my rent and my heat, I got $5. Nobody's eating again. Nobody's eating again. Everybody's dying. Oh my God. Yeah. What? What? It's best if you come with me? No! I'm in jail? I'm in jail? Are you fucking kidding me? The 2 passports dude was the agent for Ezek. Shit. Wait a second. Can I just redo the day? Hold on. You didn't let in the guy who was gonna help you. Okay, so that was the last day, right? Or was that when I was just arrested? Okay, so this is the one. Okay, wait, so the guy who said that I think you detained the Ezek agent? Wait, but which one was he? You guys are gonna have to tell me when he pops up, because I don't know. Was that, was it one of the criminals? His name's on the black card. Oh, Mikhail. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, wavy hair. The names on the card are Mikhail and the other one. The wanted person after the EZIC agent tells you the next. Oh, she's a criminal. Wait. This is criminal. Yeah, I don't even have to. I can just detain. Yeah. You know what? I don't like your tone. I don't like your face. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mikhail and Stephanie. But I have to let them through or they're gonna ruin my life. Okay. Bro, I know I just like freaking did all these, but I don't even remember. Long hair. Yeah, that was fine. Long hair. That's my type. Field dentistry. Like I just kind of I don't remember shit. Svetlana. Are you good? Svetlana. Oh. Expired? Yeah, I fucked up. I did this twice now. I literally did this twice. Shit. Okay, I know. You're gonna threaten me. I know. Okay. Bye. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh my god. This is so hard. If I were to just try to, like, remember... Oh, here, you can have a card. Okay, Walter. Yeah, I think I let you in. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Right, because I stay 6 months. This is the problem. Yeah, okay. This guy's a fucking asshole. Discrepancy detected. I stay... Wait, isn't that the same thing? Oh, 6 months. No, you can't come. You can't come in. Where's your thing? Here's... What the fuck? I hate this desk. I hate this desk so much. You're not coming. Balding. Oh my god, his thing... His description says balding. Fuck! Wait, I did this again! I'm making the same mistakes! Kill me. Ah! Oh my god! Here it is. Okay. Shit. This is not right. This is not right. Chavo makes a good point. Feeling that Caroline would lock in if the Challengers music was playing. Here, you're right. I probably would. Okay. You've been selected. Oh yeah, this guy's got contraband. Yep. Yep. No. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. Is this the guy that I don't want to detain? No, I do. Detain. Detain! Beep, bop, 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 beep, bop, 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 beep, bop, bop, beep, bop, beep, bop, 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 beep, bop, bop. Okay, Stanley. Yo, this is him. That's a criminal. Detain. Oh my god, that cell phone always throws me off. I'm like, what? What's happening? Beep, bop, bop, beep, bop. I'm gonna detain. Yeah, detain. Right? Ah! Unkempt curly hair. 74 kilograms. Jode. Okay, how long are you here? Staying 2 weeks for a visit. Okay. Yeah, you look finally someone who's like seems good. Okay. Right? Ah! Wait, is this... Wait, what happened? Wait, I have to run it again? You detain the guy again? Okay, should I go to main menu? Fuck! God damn it. I just get so excited to detain. Oh my god. His name was Mikhail? Oh my god, this is so stupid. It's so stupid. I'm so stupid. Okay. Wait, is this the same thing? This seems different. Is this the same? It changes? Oh. Yeah, well, you threatened me, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna let the guy in who corrects himself about his length of stay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. All right. Okay. Detain. Okay, I know you hate me. I know, I keep fucking up. I know. Alright, bye. Bye. Okay. This guy, take one of those. Oh, wait. Criminal. No. Okay. I have face blindness. Carista City. Expiration date. Short light hair. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, what are you here for? 12 weeks. What is this? Oh, huh? Okay, you want to work, bitch? You want to work, bitch? All right, wait, something's... What is it? What does it say? His... It says it's matching. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, you can come in. You can come. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I am locked in. I am locked in. I'm locked in. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, transit through Arstotzka. Okay, curly bobbed hair. Ooh. Enter by 12:20. Expiration date 12/19. Hold on a second. Oh, that's fine. Expiration date Josephina Palfrez. Okay, I think she's good. I think she's good. I don't know. Is Grandma gonna screw me over? Grandma, you better not. Oh, criminal. Easy. Detain. Okay, I cannot screw this up. I think, wait, yes. This guy, right? Wait, I don't want to detain this guy? Or I do want to detain this guy? It's not him. Okay, so I can detain him. Why do you have 2 passports? Wait, I'm so confused. None of those guys were Mikhail. This says Mikhail. I don't know. I give up. There's 2 people. I don't get it! Right, but the other name is Stephanie. Look. The other name is Stephanie. Stephanie and Mikhail. I haven't seen Stephanie or Mikhail. The other name is Stephanie. There is no Stephanie. Lenore? Keep playing? Okay. Okay. Leor Simatov. Transit. Enter. Good vision. That's his description. Okay. Guess he's got good vision. It's good. Cause no trouble. Please. Please. Okay. I am in transit. Bobbed hair 59, 181. Wait a second. Wait a second. Where is your entry permit? Oh! That's Stephanie. Oh. Okay. Okay. Stephanie. It's Stephanie! Okay. For Arstotzka. For Arstotzka. Oh my god, we fucking did it, man. We fucking did it. Oh, please let me live to see another day. Let me live. Glory to Arstotzka. Glory to Arstotzka. Glory to Arstotzka. Glory to Arstotzka. Now I can't make any money. Okay, 79. Glory to our Stotska. Glory to our Stotska. Glory to our Stotska. Ooh. Sorry. Ooh. 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 Yes, we made it through the day. 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 Yeah, I know my son is dying, but maybe I can get some money from that revolution. Okay, we're gonna do medicine for my son. We need some money. We need some money. We need some money. We need some money. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. All right. Is there a new... No, I already used this cipher. Okay. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Wanted criminals. Let's go. I didn't go to jail. I'm still alive. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. I like the tennis sounds. Okay, you're here to fish. For how long? 6 months. Let's see. Enter by 12:20. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, I think you're good. I think you're good. Don't fuck me over. No, for the job. She's... Shit! Wait, I don't get it! I checked it, though! What is this? What is this? Death to Arstotska? Is this a bomb? What the hell do I do with this? Should we evacuate? Wait. Where am I supposed to go? He wants you to open it? How the fuck do I disable this bomb? What does the manual say? I don't know. Does it tell me how to disable a bomb in here? I don't think so. Oh, no! Bro, what the hell? I'm dead? I'm dead. I'm dead. Well, another successful ending of me dead. Okay. Great. Great. Hold on a second. All right, let's try it again. Let's try it again. This is too much for my brain. Wait, why are you here? Okay. Do they let you pee? No, are you kidding? That doesn't bring any glory. Fuck! Bro, you know what? I can't even pay attention anymore. Okay, here we go. Here's the bomb. Okay. Bro. Why? What am I supposed to do? Open the cover? What am I supposed to do? Click these? Oh, click these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god. What the fuck? What? Cut the wires? What? Bro? Bro. Yeah, I know. Terrible work, comrade. Okay, I know. I know. I'm the worst comrade in our Stotska. I am the worst comrade. I do not bring glory. I know that. I know. I know. This is the most easy border crossing to bomb. Literally. Ah, God. Well. Where are you from? Where are you from? You're not from here. I know, this guy looks so sus. What am I missing? Oh, I know what I'm missing. Oh. Hold on. Aid. There we go. Okay. Oh, this is expired. Aha! I could not come till now. You know what? Then you still can't come in. Then you still can't come. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, it's not... Oh, okay. Okay, here comes the bomb. Here comes the bomb. So we're going to take this off. Oh, wait. No, he's going to tell me. What is going on? Oh, ha. Should we evacuate? No. Just disable it. No problem. I know how to disable bomb. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cut the wires in order. One, 2. No! 3, 4. Oh my god. Yeah, take this fucking bomb and give me money. Oh my god! Third time's the charm. Wow. You guys killed it. Okay, this is not her. What? That is her. I guess it's her? Wait, I remember her from last time, though. Didn't she... What are you doing here? Plan to work? Okay, where's your work permit? Fishing. Field fishing. Something is expired. I remember. It's good until 4/1. Expiration date 9/25. Alright, you know what? I don't know. My brain can't do this, so you can just come in. I don't care. Definitely should be getting hazard pay. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm talking about. Where's my hazard pay? Okay, I guess that was fine. Oh, she's kind of slay. Here, take this card. Why does this look weird? This kind of be looking fake. Straight hair? I feel like this is fake. I don't know. Something about that doesn't look right. Enter by Eloise Stons. Purpose work. Am I insane? Maybe I'm just like, my brain is tired. You trust her? Okay. Hey, Caroline, how are you tonight? Oh, dude. This fucking game. Are you suggesting a female engineer? Women can't be engineers. Oh, this guy. This guy. Okay. Okay. Oh, Stotska is your identity card. Nope. Something's wrong. Is it? Yeah, something's wrong. No, it's actually fine. Yeah, women can't disarm bombs. Okay. Shit, I knew something was wrong. Damn it. Give me the coded documents? Okay, can I have some money? Please, can I have money? Please, my son is dying. You've done well. Both agents now operating. When our Stotska was born, the order fulfilled same roles today. When tyranny ends, we'll disappear again. I literally don't give a shit about any of that. I just want some cash money. I just want some cash money, please! Please! Oh! Criminal. Shit. It's total face blindness. Total FB. Okay, import. Okay. Working for 3 months in aviation. Enter by 12/27. Carlotta. Carlotta. All right, Carlotta. Get your ass in here, Carlotta. Get in here. Cause no trouble, Carlotta. Cause none. Jojo wants to game. Thank you for the 2 months. Scream Jeans, thank you for the gifted Thurb. Oh my god. Didn't you just come in? Didn't I just let you in? Bobbed hair, 64 kilograms. Expiration date, 12/11. I think you just... Something's... Okay, wait. What's the work... What's the seal look like again? What's the work pass? Work pass. Oh, God damn it. No correlation. Alright, whatever. Get your ass in here. Okay, please tell me I got money. Yeah, everybody's dying. The Ministry of Income has cleared all. I'm cleared. I'm cleared. But they took my money? These fucking bastards. I have $0. Everyone's sick and hungry. What kind of man am I? Oh, a key? The Ministry of Justice has appropriated the outer guard detail. You're now responsible for controlling trespasser activity. The provided key can be used to unlock the tranquilizer gun once an alarm has been raised. Shit, I can get a gun? You will receive a bonus for stopping any trespasser. Smaller bonus provided for firing on but missing your target? Okay, now we're kind of talking. When alarm sounds, drop the key on tumbler to unlock weapon. Select gun, aim, and fire. Oh, let's go, dude. After watching you play this, I would love to see you play Frostpunk. Okay. All right, let's go. Okay, so key, drop, gun, shoot. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, let me put the key somewhere that I can like easily access it. There we go. For bonus and selling bomb parts. Okay. Keep the money coming. Keep it coming. I know this music started throwing me off too. I thought it was like coming from the game. Yeah, this guy is... That's you. Yep. Yep. Do detain, detain. Look, it's a cruel, cruel world. I gotta make money somehow. Oh, that is so not you. What the hell? That is not you whatsoever. And don't you dare say, don't you dare say that it's an old photo. Denied! Denied! Get out of here! You guys, I don't understand. If it's not them, it's not them! Yeah, get out of here. Oh, come on. Yeah, but the picture didn't look like her. What is the purpose of your trip? Okay, wait. How do I do this thing where I can, like, shoot at people? Okay. Are you... What is this? Is that money? $10? Honestly, you know what? You know what? That is... I'll take it. Oops. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, God. Wait. Can I have the money still? Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh my God, Mike, this is so hard. I can't see anything anymore. I can't see. I can't see. I can't see it. I can't see. I literally took her money and then killed her. Oh my God. All right, I guess you're clear, dude. Get this out of my face. Okay. Transit, 14-day. Oh. No. God, so many discrepancies. I don't have time. I need money. Duration of stay. No, you can't. You can't do it. I stay a couple of weeks? Oh, okay. Whatever. Beep, bop, boop, beep, bop, bop, beep, bop, beep. All right, here. Go. Leave. I need to shoot people so I can make some money. Come on, where are all these goddamn trespassers? How many engineers? You need mechanicals. No, you... What? Oh! Money? Okay, great. All right. I am literally open to all bribes. I am open to all bribes. Okay, this guy can come in. I let him in before. Yeah, okay. Bye. Bye. Get out of here. Glory to Stotska. Come on. Pipers. Plan to work? I think you're a criminal. Shit, I have like seriously the worst face blindness. Okay, fine arts. A likely story. You're gonna have a job in the fine arts. Yeah, right. Yeah, this is wrong. Beep, bop, beep. This is a forgery. I do not know anything about that. Detain! You guys, I still got it. I still got it. Beep, bop, beep, bop, beep, bop, beep, bop. Oh, oh, oh! 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 Ah! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Wait, did I get the money? Yes! $20, baby. $20. We're so back. We're so back. Everybody's eating tonight. Everybody's eating. Everybody gets a little bit of heat. It's right. That's right, baby. Glory to our Stoltzka. Yo, that was crazy. I heard that you're from Nerdsk. You know what, dude? I don't want to talk. I don't want friends. I don't want friends. I just want to make some money. I want to make more than $5. Touch me. Glasses. Okay. Julia Fouchier. You're here for 6 months with a job. All right. Julia. Height doesn't match. Too late. Oops. Border attacks are not EZIC operations. Unknown extremist groups responsible. The order aims to weaken corrupt power centers, not injure innocents. EZIC agent arrives today to uncover extremists. All right, you got it, dude. Can I, like... Wait. How am I supposed to know who it is? Brother. I need that thing back. My guy. My dude. Oh. Is it like this? Oh, on the passport? What the fuck? I don't know what this is. Description, mustache. Yo, you know what? Where's your shit? Anandis. Okay, he's here for 2 days. Enter. Okay. Okay, so I need to put this... That needs to go on a passport. Oh. Like, what am I looking for? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's too much to look at. Oh, she's a small header. It's so brutal. There's another document. Okay. So you're coming forever. Anya. Anya. Okay. Welcome in. This country sucks. God damn it. I think my brain is melted. I think this might be my last day. What is the purpose of the trip? Fuck. Damn you. Ooh, why does that look weird? Why does that look weird? Oh! What does that mean? G? Okay. Very short hair. I know, I'm always taken out by being too woke. Always. Too sleepy and yet too woke. Oh. Oh. Ooh. What you got on you? Oh, shit. Zero tolerance. Detain! Yeah, you can see that? I will report on conditions. International press pass. We don't like journalists here. Sorry, you need, It's Alex Press. Yeah, I don't think that's how that works, though. Yo. You ain't coming in. We don't like journalists. We don't... Ah! Oh, yeah? Well, if you're gonna write about me, make sure you spell my name right. Pipers, please. Okay, literally, where? Get the gun ready. What is passport? Brother. Brother, what do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, yo. I left before they were issued, then sorry. You ain't coming in, yo. Ain't nobody coming into our Stotska today. And oh my god. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know, you guys. I don't know what I'm looking for. That's the thing. It doesn't, I don't know. I don't know. Description bald? That man has hair on his head. I guess not. I guess he's still bald. Carl? Carl. Oh, sorry, Carl. You can't come in. You can't. Documents expired. Couldn't come till now. Take it up with somebody who cares, buddy. Okay. Wait, I didn't get to shoot my gun. I didn't get to shoot my gun. All right, you guys. I am like hooked, and my back hurts. I have a knot in my back. We bring glory to our Stotska another day. Another day. I might see if Sam wants to do some Minecraft tomorrow. I told you I do this all the time now. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to go live as early as I can tomorrow, which means I might have to see The Brutalist because Because Marsh texted me while I was streaming and was like, hey, we have a reservation for dinner tomorrow night, and I haven't seen Mauricio in a while, so I think Will and I are gonna do that. I have to ask him if he wants to go, but I think I'm gonna try to go live at like 5, no later than 5, so I can get a stream in. Oh, I don't know if Sam will be able to play Minecraft then, because that's kind of early for her. We'll see. Okay, well, either way, we'll get some more gaming in. Cool beans. Yeah. If I'm going live at 5, though, I'm not kidding you. Brutalist is going to be a 4.5 to 5 hour experience with travel, trailers. The film is 3.5 hours. There's an intermission. I don't think I can go see it tomorrow. I think I have to see it on Sunday because I have to take Farley to the vet. There's like a 10 o'clock a.m. screening tomorrow morning, which I would try to go to, but I got to take Farley. He got to get his anal glands expressed. I know it's such a long time, like 5 hours to have to set aside to go see this film. It's the perfect length. But anywho, I need to see it either tomorrow or Sunday. So we'll get it done. I know. I hope Farley and his stinky butt's okay. He's gonna be okay. I think Farley might end up going to our agent's place to stay when Will and I are in Japan, and he has like 6 wiener dogs, and they call it the Ween Camp. Anyway, more to come on that, but I'm